Hello students, good evening each and every one of you. Welcome to Vedantu NEET English. This is Basraj sir, your biology master teacher. Students, today is going to be one shot of human reproduction. Now, this is the day 4 of Navratri series. Yes, so day 4, Navratri series, new chapter, one day, one shot. Now students, before we start today's amazing class, a long class, quickly let me know in the chat right now if my voice is audible to all of you and the presentation behind me is visible to each and every one of you. Quickly let me know in the chat if I'm audible and visible to each and every one of you. Hello, 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 hello. So students, with that being said, today's chapter, all the following topics we'll be doing in today's class. The male reproductive system, the female gametogenesis, which will include both spermatogenesis and oogenesis, both today only. Menstrual cycle, fertilization and implantation, pregnancy and embryo development, and finally parturition and lactation. So students, quickly, everyone, smash the like button and show some energy in the chat because it is going to be a long class and let's have some fun. Now students, I have a question for all of you. A very important question. Are you ready? Very important question. Can we start? Very important question. Okay. Are humans asexually reproducing or sexually reproducing? Simple question. Do humans show asexual reproduction or sexual reproduction? Quickly go. Very easy question. You will tell me, sir, humans are sexually reproducing organisms. Right? You will tell me humans are sexually reproducing organisms. Why? Because obviously there is fusion of gametes and the baby is born. Right? Fusion of gametes and two parents are involved. That is the first line of NCERT. As you are aware, all of you are aware, right? All of you should be aware. If not, I don't know what to say. Okay. As you are aware, humans are sexually reproducing and viviparous. Students, what is this viviparous? What is the meaning of viviparous? Here, viviparous. The meaning of viviparous is that humans can give birth to a human, as in directly baby is born. You have never heard, right? A human giving birth to an egg is hatching? Never happens. So human usually gives birth to a direct baby, right? Directly the baby, that is called as viviparous. How do you remember this? Viviparous is directly giving birth to a baby. But what about in the case of birds? What about in the case of certain snakes? We have an egg, chicken egg, which you eat now nicely omelette. So egg is there, and egg will hatch and that will give birth to a baby. Okay, that is the opposite of it. Now, the reproductive events in humans include formation of gametes, gametogenesis, which includes both spermatogenesis and oogenesis, both are there. Okay. Now, the sperms in male and ovum in the female, obviously. Transfer of sperms into the female genital tract is called as insemination. Yes, sir. Then, the fusion of male and female gametes, fertilization, leading to the formation of zygote. This is followed by the formation and development of blastocyst. Now. All the students who are studying the chapter for 10th time, I know, favorite chapter. Okay. Tell me, this blastocyst right here, is it unicellular or is it multicellular? All the students are watching it for 10th time. Human reproduction, one more time we'll study, extra revision will happen. All of you tell me, this blastocyst right here, is it unicellular or is it multicellular? All of you. You will tell me, sir, it is going to be multicellular in nature. Multicellular. Okay, multicellular. Tell me, what about zygote? Everyone, is zygote unicellular or multicellular now? In this chapter, you have no excuse to go wrong, students. No excuses. Tell me, what about zygote? Zygote is unicellular or multicellular? Zygote is unicellular. And it is also the first cell, right? It is the first cell in the human. First cell, right? And it is unicellular in nature. Okay, nice. Let's go next. Now, an attachment of the uterine wall, that is implantation, embryonic development, gestation, and delivery of the baby, that is parturition. This is basically the, what do I say? Before you read the book, they give you introduction to the book, right? This is introduction to the chapter. all the following topics. It could be your fertilization, gamete formation, parturition, lactation, implantation, all the following topics you will be studying in today's class. Okay, you will be studying in today's class. Now students, okay, next thing is, you have learned that these reproductive events occur after puberty. Can anyone define what is puberty? Anyone define what is the meaning of puberty? All of you might be going through puberty, but what is puberty? Tell me. Yes, I can see the chat. I am like reproduction chapter. No, so I'm like, tell me what is puberty? Puberty is the stage where the male or the female become reproductively active. Reproductive active, that is called as puberty. And obviously during puberty time there are a lot of changes. For example, in the case of male, development of voice box, broadening of shoulders, development of hair on the body, right? And in the case of female, obviously the development of the breast as well as the other features, right? That is the features of puberty, right? And also menstrual cycle in the case of female, right? Now there are remarkable, NCERT is only saying remarkable, okay? Remarkable differences between reproductive events in the male and the female. For example, sperm formation continues even in the old men. Now students, it's a very tricky line here, I'll tell you why. Even though the sperm production is there till the very end, even though the sperm is being produced till the very end in the case of male, is the sperm viable? Tell me now students. Question to all of you. All of you tell me, is the sperm viable? Even though old men are able to release sperm, but is the sperm viable for fertilization? The answer is no, right? Because it's oligospermic in nature. That is, it has lost its vigor, right? Now, but formation of ovum ceases in the woman at the age of around 50 years. So around 50 years, the ovulation stops, and that is called as menopause. So at the menopause, the entire ovulation stops in the case of female. Okay, that is menopause. Now let us examine. Ready, all of you? Ready for examination? Let us examine the male and the female reproductive systems in the case of humans. In the case of humans. Ready, all of you, to examine now? Quick examination will do. Okay. Students, quickly fire emoji in the chat, because this is a chapter which is very important even in terms of marks as well as general consciousness. Right? Very important chapter. Now students, all of you, the first topic on the hand. All of you. First topic. Right? That is called as the male reproductive system. Now students, I have always told you, for a male reproductive system, there are two main things here. There is something called as a primary sex organ and a secondary sex organ. Very important. Understand, all of you. Write down. There is something called as the primary sex organ. Primary sex organ, and there is something called as your secondary sex organ. Secondary sex organ. Now quickly tell me, what is the major difference here? What is the difference here? Primary sex organ, the secondary sex organ. Very simple difference. Every single primary sex organ, very important line of NCERT, every single primary sex organ needs to able to do two things. A primary sex organ should be able to do two things. The first one is production of gametes. Second thing is production of hormone. If either of the two is not functioning, it is not a primary sex organ. We're like, get out of the game. Okay. So primary sex organ should be able to produce what? Gametes as well as sex hormones. Now students, I believe everyone knows this. The primary sex organ in the case of male reproductive system is none other than the pair of testes. A pair of testes is the primary sex organ in the case of male. Now students, a primary sex organ should be able to produce gametes. So we have the sperm here. Sperm is the gamete. A primary sex organ should be able to produce hormones, and we have the androgen here. Androgen, which type of androgen? We have the testosterone. Understanding? Easy chapter? No, very easy chapter. Okay. So primary sex organ should be able to produce gametes, sex hormone. Here we have testis as the primary sex organ and sperm as the gametes and androgen, testosterone as the sex hormone. Done. Now. When you are making some teams, usually when we choose the best one, is already there. Remaining parts, they only assist. Right, remaining part, they only assist. Now here what is secondary sex organ? Understand. Primary sex organ, testis. Secondary sex organs, their role in reproduction. Their role in reproduction is secondary. Their role in reproduction is secondary. What do I mean by that? It means that they will help in transportation of sperm, maturation of the sperm or storage of sperm. Understanding? See, sperm production will happen in the testis, all of you know that. Secondary sex organ will always help in other functions. It could be what? It could be storage. It could be storage or transport. For storage and transport or any other means, right? So the secondary sex organs, the example is going to be your accessory ducts. Accessory ducts, the first one. Second one is going to be the glands. Three different glands: bulbourethral, cowp, which is also called as Cowper gland, prostate gland, seminal vesicle gland. Then we have the external genitalia, which is the penis in the case of male. The external genitalia. Any doubt in the first paragraph? Quickly shoot any one of you. Any doubt? Okay. So let's read the lines of NCERT and we'll get clear about the more concepts now. Okay. The male reproductive system is located in the pelvic region. Very important line of NCERT. Pelvic region means between the pelvic girdles, the coxal bones, between the coxal bones. It includes a pair of testes. I told you, a pair of testes, and testis is the primary sex organ, along with accessory ducts, glands, and external genitalia, which are a part of secondary sex organs. Done. Easy. So primary sex organ, secondary sex organ. Done and dusted. The next concept. The location of testis. Next concept is location. Now, where do you find testis? Testis is located outside the abdominal cavity. See, I told you the entire reproductive structure is present in abdominal cavity, right? Coxal bones, between the two coxal bones. But the testis is located outside the abdominal cavity. The testis is located outside the abdominal cavity in a sac-like structure. Called as scrotum. Now why? The question is why? Why outside the abdominal cavity? Why does it even require to be outside the house basically? Okay. Now students, I'll give you a simple example. Inside your house it is too hot. Inside the house it is too hot. What do? You go outside, windy outside. Right, outside is very windy. You're like, okay, fine, nice AC on the outside. Right, you'll go outside for nice wind. Similarly, the temperature required for the sperm formation should be less than the body temperature. Why means what? The required sperm formation requires 2 to 3 degrees. Sperm requires temperature 2 to 3 degrees less than the body temperature. Clear all of you? That is why the scrotum, in which has the testis, is outside the abdominal cavity, but the temperature is around 2 to 3 degrees less than the body temperature. Now a question to all of you, quickly. If a human is in the Sahara Desert, or a human in Sahara Desert, will he be able to produce sperm? Yes or no? Quickly tell me. Clear? Tell me all of you. Will he be able to produce sperm? Yes or no? Sahara Desert. You like, okay, Temperature is going high, so he'll maintain the temperature. Somehow sperm production is happening. Now I'll give you one more scenario. What if a human male is in Antarctica, full cold temperature. Outside the surroundings, it is around, let's say, -5 degree to -10 degree Celsius. The outside temperature is -5 to -10. Will he be able to produce sperm? Yes or no? Quickly go. Quickly go. Will he be able to produce sperm? Very simple question. No. Very simple question. See, I told you it requires less temperature. But what if it becomes less than 5, less than -10? Then also he will be able to produce sperm. Why? Because human body is self-regulating. If human body is self-regulating, we can maintain the internal body temperature. Okay? Simple answer. Simple answer. Okay? Now that is done. See, it's given here. The testes are situated outside the abdominal cavity. Outside the abdominal cavity in a pouch called scrotum. The scrotum helps in maintaining the low temperature of 2 to 2.5 degrees Celsius, lower than the normal internal body temperature. Necessary for spermatogenesis. In adults, they'll never ask you this, in each testis is oval in shape with length for about 4 to 5 centimeter. Width is about 2 to 3 centimeter. Okay, 2 to 3 centimeter. Now students, now. Next concept. Ready? Next concept. Ready, all of you? Quickly fire emoji in the chat. Exactly. We don't depend on external temperature. Doesn't matter what the temperature on the outside. We can regulate the internal body temperature. Okay. Now students, inside the testis, what happens now? Inside the testis. We are going inside the testis now. We are looking inside the testis now. Okay. Each testis is made up of 250 compartments. Not apartment, compartment. Okay. Each testis is made up of 250 compartments. 250 compartments. Now these compartments are called as what? They are called as testicular lobules. It is called as what? Testicular lobules. They are called as what? Testicular lobules. Testicular lobules. Now students, understand, very simple, very simple. Inside each testicular lobule, each one of them, inside each testicular lobule, there is 1 to 3 highly coiled structure. 1 to 3 highly coiled structure called as seminiferous tubule. Seminiferous tubule. Seminiferous tubule. Seminiferous tubule. Okay. Seminiferous tubule. Clear, all of you? Clear? Seminiferous tubule. Okay. Seminiferous tubule. Now, let's give you a perspective of what it is. I'll tell you in a very easy manner. Imagine there is a very big house. Very big house. Inside that big house, there are 250 rooms. Simple understanding, right? There is a big house, and inside the big house, there is 250 rooms. And every room has around 1 to 3 windows. Big house, 250 rooms, every room has 1 to 3 windows. So each testis has 250 compartments called as testicular lobules. Inside each lobule, inside each room, inside each lobule, there is 1 to 3 highly coiled structure called as seminiferous tubule. Seminiferous tubule. Okay. Now a question to all of you. How many compartments will be there in a human male? In a human male who has 2 testes, how many compartments will be there? Now tell me. Not, I was going to say room, but not room. How many compartments will be there? Tell me. How many testicular lobule? How many testicular lobule in the case of a human male? You will tell me, sir, 250 into 2. 250 into 2. Tell me, do the maths. Do the maths, all of you. Now, all of you, ready for second explanation? Ready for second explanation? Understand now, all of you. Now we will see inside each seminiferous tubule. Inside each seminiferous tubule. Understand, students? Inside each seminiferous tubule. This right here is seminiferous tubule. Seminiferous tubule. Okay, this is seminiferous tubule. Okay, now inside each seminiferous tubule, which color should I take? Okay, let's take orange. Inside each seminiferous tubule, there are two types of cells. Inside each seminiferous tubule, there are two types of cells. Inside seminiferous tubule, there are two types of cells. Understand, all of you, understand. Inside seminiferous tubule, there are two types of cells. Okay. The first cell, here, can you see the triangular one? The first cell is called as your Sertoli cell. This is called as your Sertoli cell. It's called Sertoli cell. This Sertoli cell is also called as your nurse cell. Nurse cell. Okay. Now, do you see one more cell here? Yes. The second cell here is called as your male germ cell. It is called as male germ cell. It's called as male germ cell or spermatogonia. Spermatogonia. Understand now, understand. Very simple concept here. Inside seminiferous tubule. So what do we have first? First we had the testis. Testis has around 250 compartments. That is called as testicular lobule. Now inside each testicular lobule, there is something called as 1 to 3 highly coiled structures called as seminiferous tubule. Inside each seminiferous tubule, there is two types of cells. On the inside, it is lined by two types of cells. The first one is called as Sertoli cell. The second one is called as male germ cell. Now understand, students, this male germ cell right here, which is diploid, will undergo spermatogenesis and produce the sperm eventually. This right here, male germ cell undergoes spermatogenesis to produce the sperm. Now what about Sertoli cell? Students? What do you think it will do? It is called as nurse cell. Will nurse cell come and hit you? No, obviously not. Nurses are very caring. Mother Teresa. Okay. Nurses are very caring. Right? They'll take care. Right? So here also, nurse cell will take care. Okay. Nurse cell will take care here. Understand? The nurse cell will provide nutrition, and also it will help in spermiogenesis. Not spermatogenesis. This is different. Spermatogenesis is different. This is spermiogenesis. Okay, understanding all of you? Spermiogenesis. Okay, spermiogenesis. It also produces something called as ABP. Extra information, write down. Androgen binding protein. Also will be produced here. Okay. So till here, any doubt? Quickly ask me, students. Till here, any doubt? Any doubt till now? Shoot. Now, this was basically the Sertoli cell. This was basically your seminiferous tubule. Okay. Now, outside area, do you see this? This outside area is called as interstitial. interstitial space. The outside area is called as your interstitial space. Interstitial space. Okay, it's like a space. Okay, it is space here, interstitial space outside. In this interstitial space, there are 2 to 3 main things. In the interstitial space, there is blood vessels. Blood vessels will be there. Blood vessels everywhere. Okay, blood vessels is there. Okay, now understand, in the interstitial space, there is something called as interstitial cell. Interstitial cell. This interstitial cell is also called as, what? Leydig cell. It is also called as what? It is not visible. Huh? It is also called as, 1 second students. It is also called as what? Leydig cell. Leydig cell. It's called as Leydig cell. Now a question arises. See, here I told you, male germ cell will give rise to sperm. Sertoli cell will help in nutrition, spermiogenesis, androgen binding protein. What is the function of Leydig cell? What is the function of Leydig cell? Now remember students, I told you a primary sex organ has 2 main functions. A primary sex organ has 2 main functions. The first one is what? Gamete formation. Done here. Done. Gamete formation is done. The second main function was hormone production. Hormone. We studied here, right? Hormone production, sex hormone. That sex hormone will be produced by the Leydig cell. This Leydig cell right here will produce the androgen. And which type of androgen? Testosterone. Done. Tell me, is it difficult to understand this? Very simple, right? Very simple. Done. Now students, let's read the lines of NCERT. And understand in a better manner now. Can we start? See here. It says here in NCERT, change the color to blue. Okay. See here. The testis is covered by dense covering. That is the foreskin. And not foreskin, the covering, normal tissues there, epithelial tissue. Each testis has 250 compartments. Each testis has how many compartments? 250 compartments are there. Okay. Each testis has 250 compartments and it is called as what? Testicular lobules. Okay. Testicular lobules. Each testis 250 compartments. Each lobe contains around 1 to 3 highly coiled structure called as seminiferous tubule. Then we learned here seminiferous tubule. In each sperm, in which sperm are produced. So students, in examination, if they ask you a question by chance, if they ask you a question, where is sperm produced? What is the location of sperm production? What should be your answer? If they have given you options such as even testis, seminiferous tubule, testicular lobule and penis, what should be your answer? What is the site of sperm production? Tell me your answer. Okay. Cremas, all that layers you don't need. Ravindrani, this much is enough. NCERT will just cover here. Okay. Now the answer should be what? See here. Seminiferous tubule in which sperms are produced. So in examination, they will look at NCERT lines. They will not care about anything extra information. Okay. So if they ask you in examination, where is sperm produced? You are supposed to tell me site of sperm production. Site of sperm production. Here, seminiferous tubule. Done. Thumbs up everyone. Thumbs up in the chat. All of you. Thumbs up. Okay. Now where were we? We were here somewhere. Okay. Each seminiferous tubule is lined on its inside by 2 types of cells. There are 2 types of cells on the inside. Okay. So we have guest here, ma'am.
Guest here, ma'am.
From where and all we come, man. What's up?
Now you know the reason for being late.
Yeah.
For mommy, huh?
Huh? This is for you, man.
Oh.
So, I don't know why this is, but it's okay. Maybe. Oh my god, so many thumbs up. What's up?
No, I told them, do you understand? Put thumbs up. They're like,
Okay.
One second.
Mic is there, no? Okay. No.
I'm like, I'm talking.
Okay. Hello, people. What's up? What's up?
So
what's up?
long.
After so long, all three of us are.
Oh, yeah, in one frame.
And you know, soon it's going to be 4 of us. So Diksha ma'am will be coming over here very soon, and there are some amazing. See, this is the dedication Baswa sir shows while teaching NCRT eating cake.
He
What
couldn't
is it?
resist for a minute.
You came inside, gave the cake in my hand, and then like, don't eat.
Yeah, that's how we should.
See, guys, don't be like this, okay? You have to be focused. Even if cake comes in front of you, you should be studying for NEET.
Exactly.
This should be a proper meme. All so many people are there, fan pages. I think. Please make a meme.
Exactly.
This is how our teachers are distracted.
Honestly, sir, if you were teaching, I would have bought a cake now. End the session.
Sensor
Oh
would
my
have
God.
1 second, guys. Sensor would have gone there, and come back.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah.
So guys, we'll celebrate more once you are here for the celebrations post, your NEET results as well. Yeah. Oh my god, somebody else is also here. We have one more teacher here. Oh my god, we have so much of cake.
Yeah, I had.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So basically, she is the person responsible for the cake,
Yeah.
for all the distractions.
She ate, no.
You.
You wait, no, that.
No, I think you are the reason of distraction, not me.
Guys, can you believe this cake is alive for more than 5 minutes? I mean, like, really, shame on people. If it was like,
Look at us. None of us are fat.
yeah.
None of us are fat. Now you can believe us.
I mean, if it was college or something, no, it won't be even in mouth. It will be on the face.
Face, hair,
Hair,
nose.
Nose, yeah. Okay.
Okay, I think they asked you something in Bengali.
আরে ম্যাম কেমন আছো একদম ভালো আছি
ভালো আছি।
বাই
Oh.
বাই ও
Okay.
নবিতা ম্যাম হাই এন্ড বাই গাইস anybody wants more cake
I will come out. Okay, enjoy, sir.
That was the Josh, yaar. Come.
They're super excited,
So
man.
after we came, see no fire emoji, no hearts, nothing.
Something, one red
Guys,
heart, one
Navratri
green
Series,
heart.
yeah. Some energy should be there. Come on.
Everyone,
all of you.
fire in the chat
Fire
now.
in the chat box.
If you like
अरे
human
मैं
reproduction.
दिल्ली के जनकपुरी में आया था मिलने के लिए आप लोग कहाँ थे मैं दीक्षा मैम थे हाँ you should have
They
come.
reached, but you people didn't reach.
Yeah. Okay. Chalo.
Yeah.
Take care, guys. Bye bye. Have a great time. Bye bye.
Bye bye. This is the team, student. This is what we are here. Like, you know, sir comes here and then sir brings us cake and everything, and we are always happy to eat and everything. It was nice cake. Okay, I will tell them thank you later on. I couldn't thank them. Now, students, let's continue. No, let's continue. Full distraction. See, we were going in so flow. So much of flow was there. And cake came and then distracted started. So where were we? Okay, we'll continue now, students. We'll continue. No more distractions. Ultra focus. Okay, ultra focus. Okay. Now, once again, students. So much of distractions today in today's class. Now, students, in which sperms are produced, right? Each seminiferous tubule is lined on its inside by 2 types of cells. I told you there are 2 types of cells on the inside. Tell me. One is called as your male germ cell. The other one is called as your Sertoli cell. See here. It's called as male germ cell as well. Male germ cell as well as the Sertoli cell. Okay. Male germ cell is also called as what? Spermatogonia. Very important. Same thing. 2 are same to same. Spermatogonia as well as the male germ cell, meaning is same to same. Okay. Now, the male germ cell undergoes meiotic division. Here. The male germ cell undergoes meiosis to produce the sperm. Now tell me, students, I don't remember somehow. Is meiosis called as reduction division or is it called as reduction division? Yes or no? True or false? Is it called as reduction division? True or false quickly? Now, the male germ cell undergoes meiotic division, finally leading to the sperm formation. Okay, done. Sperm formation is happening here. While the Sertoli cell provides nutrition to the germ cell. Provides nutrition to the germ cell. Where is it? Nutrition to the germ cell. Done. Nutrition to the germ cell. Done. Okay. Next slide. Next slide. The regions outside the seminiferous tubule is called as your interstitial space, contains small blood vessels and interstitial cells, also called as the Leydig cells. We did hear, students, here. Interstitial space and it has something called as interstitial cell called as Leydig cells. Production of androgen. Done. Right. Leydig cells synthesize and secrete testicular hormone. See, I told you, hormone should be produced, right? Okay. Hormone called as your androgen. Other immunologically competent cells are also present. Meaning is what? Other immunological cells means basically the WBC cells. Basically the WBC cells. 1 second, students. 1 second. Give me a minute. 1 second, students. Someone is calling. By the time I come back, I want everyone to tell me in which phase of meiosis, in which prophase recombination nodules are formed. That is the question for all of you. Recombination nodules are formed in which phase of prophase? Go. Random question. Oh, you're still answering, all of you. Nice. Okay, that is your packaging. Recombination nodules crossing over, everything happens in packaging stage. Easy question. Right. Now, any doubt till now? Quickly ask me, students, because we will be going to the next step now. Any doubt till now? Shoot. Any doubt till now? Did you not understand any of this? And students, if you want these notes, right? If you want these notes, the entire notes will be available on the Telegram channel, right? All of you know, right? Baswarat sir, biology. And I've sent notes. Go check it out. All the notes will be available here. Notes will be available on Telegram channel. Okay. Nice. Okay. So we'll go to the next topic now. Okay, next topic. The entire diagram. Now, students, are you ready for doing the diagram now? Can we start? Completely decode it. Can we decode the entire diagram now? Can we decode the complete diagram? Decode it now. Okay. Now tell me, students, where is the sperm produced? All of you tell me which location is the sperm production happening. The sperm production is happening inside the seminiferous tubule, and seminiferous tubule is located in the testicular lobule, inside testicular lobule, inside the testicular lobule. Okay. Now students, from the testicular lobule, the sperm now, release sperm, will enter to the retate testis, the first location, retate testis. From retate testis, it goes to vasa efferentia. From vasa efferentia, it goes to the epididymis. And let me tell you, the epididymis right here is actually the longest part, because if you extend it, because it is coiled here, highly coiled here, if you extend it, it will become very, very long. Okay. Now, from epididymis, it goes to vas deferens. Now, from vas deferens, can you see here? It is looping over the urinary bladder. The duct is looping over the urinary bladder and is reaching a point here. Can you see? It is reaching a point here. At this point right here, we have one more duct coming up. And this duct. The two ducts are joining here. One duct from the vas deferens is the first duct. The second duct is coming from seminal vesicle. One duct. Vas deferens, one more duct. The two ducts are joining here. That location is called as, students, ejaculatory duct. Can you see here? It is a common duct from here onwards. Ejaculatory duct right here. So one duct is coming from your vas deferens. One more duct is coming from seminal vesicle. The two ducts, vas deferens plus seminal vesicle, when the two ducts are joining here, the joining part is called as ejaculatory duct. This is not given in your NCERT in the diagram, but it is mentioned in the lines of NCERT. So you have to study this. Okay. Ejaculatory duct is the common passage now. Okay. Done. Now here we have ejaculatory duct. Now we talk about glands now. The glands. Remember, the gland's main function is to secrete something. For example, here we have the seminal vesicle gland, the first one. Then we have prostate gland, second one. And third one is called as bulbo-urethral gland, also called as your Cowper gland. The first two glands, students, usually produce a lot of calcium, fructose, calcium enzymes. Lot of enzyme production is produced by the first gland. Calcium, also fructose, and a lot of enzymes. Okay, from the seminal vesicle and prostate. What about bulbo-urethral gland? Bulbo-urethral gland will produce mucus. It will help in lubrication during the intercourse. 3 glands done. Now, if you notice here, students, seminal vesicle is paired. Bulbo-urethral is also paired. But if you look closely here, the prostate gland is single. Lonely. Okay, single here. Now, from all the secretions will come here. All the secretions will be produced into the common tract. Now, here we have a common tract here. The common tract is called as urethra. Urethra, also called as urogenital tract. Why? Because it is a common passage. It is a common passage for the release of the urine as well as release of semen. It's a common passage for both. Okay, common passage. Now, if you look here, you also have certain erectile tissues here. Okay. Now, then finally is the swollen end of the penis, that is called as glans penis. The swollen end of the penis is called as glans penis. The entire penis is covered by foreskin, which is a loose folding of the tissues, loose folding skin. Then finally, the opening through which the semen is coming out or the urine is coming out, that is called as urethral meatus. Done. Any doubt, please ask me now. I'll recap one more time. Listen to me very carefully. Quick recap. All of you, ears open. The sperm is produced in the seminiferous tubule. That is located in the testicular lobule. The sperm from the testicular lobule enters the retate testis. From retate testis, it goes to vasa efferentia, epididymis, vas deferens, and finally to the ejaculatory duct. Now, students, at the ejaculatory duct, There's one more duct coming up. From where it is coming? From next village. It is coming from next village. Okay. At the ejaculatory duct, two ducts are meeting. The first one is vas deferens from up. Vas deferens from up. The second duct coming here is from the seminal vesicle. Seminal vesicle. Clear? Seminal vesicle. Now here, at this point right here, it is called as ejaculatory duct. Now here we have other two more glands. Prostate, bulbourethral gland. From here, the entire secretions in the semen is coming for a common tract that is called as urethra or urogenital tract. Urogenital tract or urethra. From urethra, the entire semen or the urine is coming out through the opening called as urethral meatus. Urethral meatus, and the swollen end of the penis is called as the glans penis. And the entire thing is covered by a loose skin that is called as foreskin. Ta-da! That's the end. That's all. Let's read the lines of NCERT. You will understand on your own now. Okay. Now here also, can you see here? We have seminal vesicle gland here, prostate, bulbourethral or Cowper gland right here. Right here. Clear, all of you? Can you see here? These are the one thing. Let me change the color. Erectile tissues. Corpus cavernosa and where is it? Corpus spongiosum. The erectile tissues. Erectile tissues. Urethra, the common passage. Glans penis. Clear, all of you? Beautiful. Okay. Now let's read the lines of NCERT. Any doubt, shoot in the middle. Okay. The male sex accessory ducts include rete testis, vasa efferentia, epididymis and vas deferens. The seminiferous tubule of the testis open into vasa efferentia through rete testis. So technically speaking, the first location where the sperm goes is rete testis, the first one. Second is vasa efferentia. Vasa efferentia. The vasa efferentia leaves the testis and open into epididymis. Third one. Epididymis. Located along the prostate posterior surface of the each testis. The epididymis leads to the vas deferens, the fourth one, that ascends to the abdomen and loops over the urinary bladder. Looping over the urinary bladder. Okay. It receives a duct. I told you, two ducts are joining together now. It receives a duct from the seminal vesicle and open into urethra as ejaculatory duct. Can you see it? Ejaculatory duct. These ducts store and transport. I told you, the main function of secondary sex organ is store and transport of the sperm. Main function is store and transport of the sperm right here. From the testis to the outside through the urethra. The urethra originates from the urinary bladder and extends through the penis, and its external opening is called as urethral meatus is the external opening. Done. Every line of NCERT, every single line is decoded for all of you. If you are able to understand till now, quickly smash that like button and also thumbs up in the chat. I don't know why, thumbs up looks nice. Thumbs up in the chat, and everyone color thumbs up. Okay. Done. Urethral meatus is the final opening. The students, let me tell you, in examination they will ask you. In examination they will ask you the entire flow. They'll ask you the entire flow. It will be asked. Entire flow. Testicular lobule will be asked. So with that being said, do you want to do some questions? If you do some questions now to check your knowledge. Okay. Before we go to the questions, this is a sectioning of seminiferous tubule. Here do we see Sertoli cell? Sertoli cell right here. Sertoli cell. Spermatozoa, also called as the sperm. Also called as the sperm right here. Spermatogonia. Spermatogonia, all the male germ cell. Germ cell. Sertoli cell or the nurse cell. Nurse cell. We also have the interstitial cell, also called as the Leydig cell. Leydig cell. Boom. Done. Okay. I didn't see the question. Ask through the question. I'll see the question now. Okay. Now it's given here already. Can you see here? The penis is the male external genitalia. External genitalia. It is made up of special tissues which help in erection. Erectile tissues. Erectile tissues. Right? Facilitating the insemination. The enlarged end of the penis is called as the glans penis, the enlarged part. Yes, it is covered by loose skin called as foreskin. The male accessory glands includes seminal vesicle, the first gland, prostate. See, it says here a pair seminal vesicle, paired bulbourethral. It's paired everywhere, paired. But prostate is lonely. Erectile means all the blood goes there. When all the blood goes in the penis undergoes enlargement and erection. That is called an erectile tissue. Erection. Right. Next, the secretion of these glands constitute the seminal plasma. So whatever is being released by the bulbourethral gland, seminal vesicle gland, and a prostate gland, the entire thing is called as seminal plasma. It is called as what? Seminal plasma. Seminal plasma, which is rich in fructose. Told you, fructose, calcium, and enzymes. Three main things: fructose, calcium, and enzymes. The secretions of bulbourethral gland also help in lubrication of the penis. Very important line. Very important line. Lubrication of the penis. Every single line again decoded. Done. Shoot. Answer. I'll give you 10 seconds to answer this question. Let's see how many of you are able to answer. Go. Time starts now. The shared terminal duct of reproductive and urinary system in the human male is called as, that is urogenital tract. What is the other name of urogenital tract? All of you quickly go. What is the other name? What is the other name of urogenital tract? Shoot. That is urethra. Right? Urethra is the answer. A. Easy. Next question. A testis in humans are situated outside the abdominal cavity. Students, I want everyone to tell me your marks also. If it is +4, write +4 in the chat. Today, many questions are there. So, I want you to keep a track of all the marks you get. So, +4 for all the students who rolled right answer. Okay. Now, the testis in the humans are situated outside the abdominal cavity, inside a pouch called as scrotum. The purpose is, what is the purpose of it? What is the purpose of it? Okay. Escaping any possible compression by the visceral gland organs, providing more space for growth of epididymis, providing a secondary sexual feature for exhibiting the male sex, maintaining a scrotal temperature lower than the internal body temperature. Very easy answer, students. Very easy answer. All students who told right answer +4, so 8 marks for all of you. 8 marks. You're not counting? No. Count then. Okay. You're not counting, right? So +8 for all of you. +8. Happy. Be happy in life. +8. Oh God. Now, next question. At puberty, the human male develops secondary sexual characters. Obviously, puberty, I told you. At puberty, there is a decrease in the secretion of testosterone in males. Students, is there a decrease or is there an increase? Tell me the answer now. Tell me the answer. And don't cheat, okay? No scamming and all here. No scamming. If you're telling right answer, +4. Otherwise, -1. Okay. If assertion is correct and reason are true, option A, option 2, option 3, option 4. Quickly. Happy Navratri. Shravan, right? Happy Navratri. Yes. Today I was supposed to wear red, but forgot to wear red. I completely forgot about that. So, assertion is true, reason is false, because this should be increase. It should be increase. At puberty, increase in secretion of testosterone happens. How many seminiferous tubule will be there per testicular lobule? I told you, inside a big room, totally 250 rooms are there. Every room has 1 to 3 window. 1 to 3 window. So it is 1 to 3. It is 1 to 3. All of you, marks keep on shooting. All of you keep shooting your marks also. I will keep a track. Who is scoring high? I will special. Tanuja is +16. I can see +16. Tanuja. Okay. Shiva, Rashmita. Okay. Sneha is saying Tell me your marks also. No, I want to see the marks. What is this? Where are the marks? Now 1, 2, 3. Next question. Leydig cells are present in seminiferous tubule, outside seminiferous tubule, scrotal wall, within the male germ cell. Within the male germ cell. Plus 16, no scamming, okay, no scamming. Now I'm telling you. Okay. Where do you find Leydig cells? Leydig cells are present, it's also called as interstitial cell. Interstitial cell is present in interstitial space. Interstitial space. And in interstitial space is inside or outside? It is outside the seminiferous tubule. Outside the seminiferous tubule. Okay. Leydig cell, students, Leydig cell. All of you are going wrong, I'll show you. All of you are going wrong. If you are going wrong, I'll show you here. Where is the diagram? Can you see here? This is the seminiferous tubule. Outside the seminiferous tubule, Leydig cell. Leydig cell outside the seminiferous tubule. Okay, outside the seminiferous tubule. Clear? Each seminiferous tubule is lined on its inside by 2 cells. All of you know. Inside seminiferous tubule, there are 2 cells. Tell me what are the 2 cells now? The 2 cells inside the seminiferous tubule. See, outside we have Leydig cells. Outside we have Leydig cells. What about on the inside? What do we have on the inside now, students? What do we have on the inside now? Tell me. What do you find on the inside? Tell me. Spermatogonia, primary spermatocyte, Sertoli cell, both 1 and 3. See, all of you know, inside we have something called as nurse cell, that is Sertoli cell. We have the male germ cell, also called as spermatogonia, male germ cell. So, answer is obviously option number D, both 1 and 3. Both 1 and 3. Now, students, let's see how many of you are able to tell this answer now. This answer. Because I have not taught you this one still. We have not done this concept still. But surprise, wildcard entry question. What causes the onset of puberty in males? Onset of puberty. Increase in secretion of testosterone. Decrease in secretion. See, decretion is gone. Okay. Increase in secretion of GnRH by hypothalamus. Decrease in secretion by GnRH by hypothalamus. These both are gone. So answer is between 1 and 3. Answer is between 1 and 3. Let's see how many of you are able to tell this answer. Time starts now. You have 20 seconds. Shoot. 20 seconds. 20 seconds, all of you. 20 seconds. I'll give you 20 seconds. You can easily tell this answer. Easy answer this is. Students, remember, always remember the entire process in the case of male reproductive or female, in matter of fact, everything is controlled by your hypothalamus, right? That is, from hypothalamus signals are sent to GnRH. GnRH will send a signal to FSH, no, one second, to the anterior pituitary. From anterior pituitary, the signal is sent to 2 different structures. One is called as your FSH and LH. That is follicular stimulating hormone, luteinizing hormone. Your follicular stimulating hormone will function on Sertoli cell. Luteinizing hormone will work on Leydig cell. Your Sertoli cell will help in spermiation later on. Right? Spermiation. And Leydig cell will produce the androgen. Now, students, how do you remember this? Like, is there a trick to remember this? With a small trick. Understand. This trick is very simple. S for FSH, S for Sertoli cell. SS. L for luteinizing hormone, L for Leydig cell. That's how you can remember. If they ask you in examination also. Okay. So answer is 3 here. This is the main boss here. Okay. Now students, if you are able to understand till now, Any doubt is there? Quickly ask me. If there is no doubt, thumbs up, like the session, and we will go to the next concept now. Oxytocin is coming today. Oxytocin will come towards the end of the session today. Okay. Now students, if there is no doubt in the male reproductive structure, can we start the female reproductive structure now? Male is done and dusted. Can we start now? Can we start the female reproductive structure now? Can we start again? Now, how we discussed in the case of male, even in the case of female, there is something called as primary sex organ and secondary sex organ. Now, tell me students, I forgot already in 1 hour. A primary sex organ should have two main things. A primary sex organ should be able to do two main things. What are they? Here also we have something called as primary sex organ as well as secondary sex organ. Secondary sex organ. A primary sex organ should be able to produce, the gametes, as well as the sex hormone, and the primary sex organ, here we have the ovaries, a pair of ovary, that is ovaries. The gamete here is the egg is the gamete, as well as the sex hormones is progesterone, as well as estrogen, done. Tell me, is this difficult to understand? Very simple. No, this chapter is laddu topic. Every topic is laddu topic here. Okay, so primary sex organ, ovaries, gametes, eggs, sex hormone, progesterone and estrogen. Now, what about secondary sex organs? Secondary sex organ should be able to produce, to support the remaining part, right? It should be able to support the oogenesis. It should be able to support the pregnancy. So, it should support the childbirth, taking care of child also. So, all the other ducts, glands and structures will come under secondary sex organ. Okay, let's see the NCERT, you will understand here. The female reproductive system contains a pair of ovaries, along with a pair of oviduct, uterus, cervix, vagina and external genitalia. All the following: oviduct, uterus, cervix, vagina and external genitalia are part of your secondary sex organ. Okay, located in the pelvic region. Again, between the two coxal bones. The main difference here is going to be the width. The female have a much more wider hip, right? Therefore, that's for childbirth basically. These parts of the system, along with a pair of mammary glands, are integrated structurally and functionally to support the process of ovulation. I told you, fertilization, pregnancy, birth and child care. Done. Right. Now, breath only went so fast. I'm telling so much, my breathing is going wrong. Okay. Ovaries are, it's given here, see. Ovaries are primary female sex organ, given your NCERT, that produces the female gamete, ovum and several steroidal hormones. Ovarian hormones, progesterone and estrogen. The ovaries are located on each of the side of the lower abdomen. Each ovary is about 2 to 4 centimeter in length and connected to the pelvic wall by uterus by ligaments. Very important line of NCERT. Mesovarian ligaments, right? See, pelvic wall to the uterus, the attachment of ovary. I'll show you the diagrams here, friends. Here, ovaries are attached to the pelvic wall with the help of ligaments. Right here, ligaments. Each ovary is covered by a thin epithelium. Students, understand, very important concept. Understand the structure again. The structure of ovary, understand. This is a typical ovary. For example, this is a typical ovary. The ovary has an outer layer. The outer layer is called as epithelium. Epithelium. Outer layer is called as what? Epithelium. Now, what about the middle part? The inner part is called as your ovarian stroma. It is called as what? Where is it? Ovarian stroma. ovarian stroma. Okay. Outside is called as epithelium. Inner part is called as ovarian stroma. Now. The ovarian stroma is again divided into two categories. Understand? The ovarian stroma is again divided into two separate categories. The middle part is called as inner medulla. It is called as what? Inner medulla. Inner medulla is made up of blood vessels, lymphatic vessels, and also certain nerves. Now, what about the outside part here? This part here. The outer part is called as outer cortex. It is called as what? Outer cortex. And it is the same outer cortex, students. It is the same outer cortex where we have the ovarian follicles. Understand the difference now. The ovary has two main parts. Outer part is called as your epithelium. The outer part is called as what? The outer part is called as your epithelium. Outer part is epithelium. And the inner part is called as ovarian stroma. Ovarian stroma. Now understand, the ovarian stroma is again divided into two categories. Ovarian stroma is divided into two categories. The first one is called as your inner medulla, which has blood vessels, lymphatic vessels, nerves and everything. The outer part is called as outer cortex, which has the ovarian follicles. Ovarian follicles in the outer cortex. Now I'll show you the diagram. See here. This is the diagram. Can you see here? The outer part is called as what? Epithelia, or epithelium is the outer part. Inner part is called as what? Inner part is called as your ovarian stroma. Stroma is divided into middle, inner medulla, and outer cortex. Given you all, see this. This is the histology of ovary. Can you see here? In the outer part, what do we have, students? Can you see here? In the outer part, do you see development of follicles? In the outer part, do you see follicles here? Yes or no? Tell me. In the outer part, do you see the follicles here? Yes. So that's why they say in the outer part, that is outer cortex, ovarian follicles are developing. Ovarian follicles are developing in the outer part. I'll tell you, understand. See, very simple, understand. The entire ovary is divided into two main parts. Outer part is called as what? Epithelium. Inner part is called as ovarian stroma. Till there any doubt? Two parts, done. Ovary has two parts. Outer part is called as epithelium. Inner part is called as ovarian stroma. That's what all of you understood? Now, this ovarian stroma, the inner part, is now divided into two categories. The first one is called as your inner medulla. Inner medulla, which is in the middle side, inner medulla, which has blood vessels, lymphatic vessels, nerves. Inner medulla. The other part, the outer part of the ovarian stroma, the outer part of ovarian stroma is called as your outer cortex. I'll repeat again, understand, very simple. Epithelium, inside part, ovarian stroma. Ovarian stroma divided into two categories. Inner medulla, outer cortex. That's all. And the question will be asked, where is the follicles developing? They can ask you, what is the answer then? The follicles are developing in the outer cortex of ovarian stroma. See here. This is the outer cortex of the stroma. So here outer cortex here. In the outer cortex, can you see the development of follicles? Yes sir, we can see development of follicles in the outer cortex. Did all of you understood now? Understood? Yes sir? Tell me. Ovarian stroma is the entire thing, is inner part is called as ovarian stroma. Two parts, inner medulla, outer cortex. See here. Each ovary is covered by a thin epithelium which encloses the ovarian stroma. So epithelium is covering the stroma. The stroma is divided. See, stroma is divided into two zones. Outer zone, inner zone. Outer zone is called as what? Peripheral cortex, also called as outer cortex. Outer zone. And an inner medulla. Inner medulla. Thumbs up in the chat. Thumbs up in the chat, all of you. Quickly go, thumbs up in the chat. Beautiful. See, it's given here also. The diagram. Diagram is easy to understand now. Inner medulla, outer cortex. Can you see here? In the inner medulla, what have you drawn here? In the diagram, if you see, in the inner medulla, do you see blood vessels? Blood vessels here in the inner medulla. Blood vessels in the inner medulla. Okay. Outer cortex, follicles. Now students, now we come to the inner medulla. I told you, inner medulla has the blood vessels, lymphatic vessels, nerve endings, everything is in the inner medulla. Okay. Now students, the external genitalia we'll understand now. Okay. Now here diagram is given in NCERT, not very good. I'll show you a different diagram which will give you better clarity. Okay. External genitalia is given here. Okay. This will be easy to understand. The external genitalia, the entire external genitalia is called as vulva. It is called as vulva. This vulva has something called as labia minora here. The outer part, you see here, the outer part is called as, this part is called as your labia majora. Outer part is called as labia majora. Then there is clitoris in the top. This entire thing, can you see the outer part here? This is called as mons pubis. The entire thing outer part. This is called as your vaginal opening. Vaginal opening. This is urethral opening. Two separate openings. Vaginal opening, urethral opening. The outer part is called as labia majora. Inner part is called as labia minora. Clitoris on the top and mons pubis, the entire cushion layer. The outer cushion layer is called as your mons pubis, which also has the skin and the hair growth. Now you read the lines of NCERT. It becomes very clear to understand. Here, NCERT diagram they have given you here. Can you see here? NCERT they have given you a diagram here, but no use. What is this? Clitoris, labia majora, labia minora, vaginal orifice. The meaning of vaginal orifice is vaginal opening. Very difficult to understand that. Okay. You want me to explain again? Quickly ask me, students. Is this clear, students? I'll read the lines of NCERT, then I'll come back here. See this lines of NCERT, you see. Where is the lines of NCERT? I'll show you. See here. The female external genitalia includes mons pubis. This is the mons pubis. Can you see? This is the entire structure of mons pubis. The outer part is called as mons pubis. Okay, mons pubis. Labia majora, labia minora, hymen and clitoris. Mons pubis is the cushion. Of fatty tissue covering the skin and the pubic hair here. Mons pubis is the outer part, which is the cushion part, and which has the hair and the skin. The outer part. Okay. Understand? The labia majora are fleshy foldings of the tissue which extends down from the mons pubis. See here. Extending down from the mons pubis is your labia majora. Inside labia majora is labia minora. Understanding? Labia minora. Inside we have labia minora. See here. The labia majora are fleshy foldings of the tissue which extends down. It's extending down. Extending down from the mons pubis and surrounding the vaginal opening. Labia minora are paired folds of this tissue under labia majora. the opening of vagina is often covered by partially by a membrane called as hilum. So understand where is hilum now. Understand, students. This is the vaginal opening. On this vaginal opening, there is a membrane structure called as hymen on top of this. Hymen. On the vaginal opening is the hymen. Understanding? Now, even in the case of female, there is the erectile tissue. Like in the case of male, corpus spongiosum, we learned, right? Erectile tissues. Even in the case of female, also erectile tissue is present. But it is present in the clitoris. Clitoris has the erectile tissues. Done. Understand all of you? Now we will look at this diagram now. We will look at this diagram. Sir, there is physics and all, why are you asking me? How will I know? I am teaching biology here. Okay, did all of you understand, students? It is very important to understand, because when you read the lines of NCERT, it becomes very difficult to learn. So diagram is the way in biology. Diagrams are the ones in biology which will help you to visualize and understand concepts. Erectile tissues. Enough. Okay? Now, let's go to the next diagram. Understand, students, understand. Now here, do you see there is a pair of ovaries? Pair of ovaries is right here. Yeah, pair of ovaries. Now, students, how is the ovary attached to the uterus wall? This is called as your ligaments. Do you see ligaments here? This is the ligament part. Ligament part. Ligaments. Mesovarium ligaments are there. Okay, ligaments are there. Now, students, now, next thing. Okay. Now, students, ovary is producing what? Sperm? No, obviously not. Ovary will produce egg. Ovary will produce egg. It will produce egg. Okay. Now, this egg is taken up by a finger-like structure. It's coming. A finger-like structure is coming and picking up the egg. The finger-like structure is called as the fimbriae. Did you see here? Fimbriae is the finger-like structure which is picking the egg. So, egg is picked up. Now, how will the egg enter then? There should be an opening there. Yes. In this finger-like structure, in this spot right here, there is a ostia. There's like small opening is there. A small opening is there. It is picking up there. It's picking up. Okay. Now the egg is reaching a cone-shaped structure. Do you see this? The egg is reaching a cone or funnel-shaped structure called as infundibulum. Is the funnel-shaped structure. Funnel-shaped structure called as infundibulum. Now from infundibulum, the egg is traveling to a much more wider area called as ampulla. Ampulla. Ampulla is a much more wider part. Wider. Is much more wider part, and very important line of NCERT. This is the spot. This is the spot where the fertilization takes place. Fertilization. Now in your old NCERT it was ampullary isthmus junction, but right now according to your new NCERT, the fertilization of egg and the sperm takes place in the ampulla region. Ampulla region, which is the wider region. Now from here, if there is fertilization, then zygote will go. If there is no fertilization, the egg will go. Okay. Now egg will reach a much more narrow region. Much more narrow region called as the isthmus. So from ovaries to the fimbriae, infundibulum, ampulla, isthmus. These three things together is called as fallopian tube or oviduct. It is called as fallopian tube or oviduct. Same meaning. Okay, oviduct. Now from here, if fertilization is happening, we have the zygote. If no fertilization, then we have egg. Now egg is reaching a pear-shaped structure. Do you see this? It is reaching a pear-shaped structure called as uterus. This entire structure, which looks like an inverted pear, is called as uterus. It's called as uterus. Okay. Connection, brain, I don't know. Okay, this much you learn. Okay. Session will take time, don't worry. It will reach an inverted pair called as your uterus. Inverted pair. Now, inverted pair of the uterus is also called as womb or hysteria. hysteria or womb. Okay, womb. Okay. Now from here, the entire uterus has three main layers. Can you see here? It has three main layers here. Can you see here? First one is called as perimetrium. Then we have myometrium. The innermost layer is called as endometrium. Okay. Now what is perimetrium? Understand, students. Understand. Perimetrium. Perimetrium is the outermost layer. Outermost layer, and it is very thin layer. Thin layer. Thin layer. Now next, second layer is called as what? Second layer is called as myometrium. Second layer is called as myometrium. Now myometrium is very, compared to perimetrium, myometrium is much more thicker. It is thicker. Thicker. And also it is made up of smooth muscle cells. Smooth muscle cells or smooth muscle tissue. Tissue. Easy to understand. And all the students, during the childbirth, the same myometrium undergoes contraction. During the childbirth, contraction during childbirth. Which is the innermost layer, students? Innermost layer. The innermost layer is called as endometrium, right here only. The innermost layer is called as endometrium. Can you see here? The innermost layer is called as endometrium. Endometrium, innermost layer. Innermost layer. Innermost layer. It is also glandular. The meaning of glandular is that it can produce certain secretions. Glandular. At the same time, endometrium also undergoes cyclic changes. That is during menstruation. During menstruation, it undergoes cyclic changes. Now, if you, after the uterus, there is something called as cervix and cervical canal. Understand, students? Uterus is opening into vagina. Uterus is opening into vagina through cervix and cervical canal. And finally, the opening is called as vagina. Opening is called as vagina here. Okay, opening is called as vagina. Now here, cervical canal plus vagina will make up the birth canal. Will make up the birth canal. Clear? Cervical canal plus vagina will make the birth canal through which the child is born. Now I'll ask you one difficult question. Ready? Difficult question coming up. I told you the egg is moving here. It's going. But how is it moving? Is it driving? Going in a bike? How is the egg able to move then? It cannot move on its own. It doesn't have legs. It cannot run a marathon and come. Then tell me, how will the egg move from here to all the way till here? How is the movement even possible? Now you should know. Now you will tell me. Right now you tell me. How is it able to move properly? There's something called a ciliated movement. All of you remember? In locomotion chapter, you learned about ciliated movement. It is going to move now. Exactly. Because of the ciliated muscles, ciliated movement. Because there is ciliated columnar epithelial cells. Because of that, it is able to move. Okay. Now, students, I will give you a quick recap. Ready? Ultra focus. Ready? Ultra focus. Quick recap coming up. Ultra focus now. Ultra focus. First, the ovary is attached. Ovary is attached to the uterus with the help of ligaments here. Ligaments. Done. First point. Ovaries will be producing egg alternatively every single month. Every single month, alternatively, one egg is produced. Done. That egg is picked up by a finger-like structure. Finger-like structure is called as what? Fimbrium. Fimbrium. Fimbrium is part of infundibulum, which is a funnel-shaped structure. From infundibulum, the egg is moving to ampulla, which is a much more wider area and also where fertilization takes place. Now from ampulla, it goes to a much more narrow region called as isthmus, narrow region. All three together, it is called as fallopian tube. Fallopian tube. Now the egg or blastocyst In many cases, it is traveling to a pear-shaped structure, inverted pear-shaped structure called as uterus. Now students, from uterus, it has three main layers: perimetrium, myometrium, endometrium. Perimetrium is the outermost layer, very thin layer. Middle layer is called as myometrium, which is thick layer made up of smooth muscle tissue, and also it undergoes contraction during childbirth. The innermost layer is called as your endometrium, which is glandular and also undergoes cyclic changes during menstrual cycle. Glandular. Then we have the cervix and cervical canal. Cervix plus vagina makes up the birth canal. Cervical canal plus vagina makes the birth canal. Done. Beautiful, right? That's all. How is it? Easy? Easy to understand? Now it'll be even more easy. It'll be even more easy if you read the lines of NCERT now. Ready? Thumbs up in the chat, all of you. Thumbs up quickly. Thumbs up in the chat. Like the video. Thumbs up in the chat. Let's quickly read the lines of NCERT now. Okay, keep a target. I don't know how much is there now. You keep a target, all of you. Now see here. The oviduct or fallopian tube, uterus and vagina constitute the female axillary ducts. Now students, do you see here? One simple line of NCERT can make you go wrong here. It says here in this first line, fallopian tube, uterus, vagina is part of female axillary ducts. But does it mention cervix or cervical canal? Tell me now. Where is cervix? Where is cervical canal? Where is the justice? So in examination, if you get an option which is a wrong statement or which of the following is not a accessory duct or accessory organ or duct here, you are supposed to tell which one? Cervix or cervical canal is the answer. Okay, so remember that. Each fallopian tube is about 10 to 12 centimeters long and extends from the periphery to the each ovary in the uterus. The part closer to the ovary is a funnel shape. See, funnel shaped structure called as infundibulum. Okay, the edge of the infundibulum possesses this finger-like structure called as fimbriae, finger-like structure, which help in the collection of the egg after ovulation. The infundibulum leads to a much more wider area called as ampulla. Now, last part of the oviduct, isthmus, has a narrow lumen. I told you, narrow lumen, and joins the uterus. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Next. The uterus is single and it is also called as womb or hysteria. Okay, womb. The shape of the uterus is inverted pear. I told you it is supported by ligaments attached to the pelvic wall. The uterus opens into vagina through the cervix, narrow cervix, and it has a canal called as cervical canal, which along with the vagina forms the birth canal. Very important. Cervical canal plus vagina forms the birth canal. The walls of the uterus has three layers called as your thin layer, perimetrium, middle thick layer, smooth muscle cells called as myometrium, and inner glandular layer called as endometrium that lines the uterine cavity. The endometrium undergoes cyclic changes during the menstrual cycle, while myometrium exhibits strong contraction during the childbirth, that is parturition or delivery of the baby. Did we cover every line here? Every line here in this one slide right here. In one slide, entire concept was taught to you. Done. Next one. We already discussed here. Done. The clitoris is a tiny finger-like structure which at the upper junction of the two labia minora above the urethral opening. See, above the urethral opening. Where is the diagram? Where is that diagram? Here. Can you see? This is the clitoris. Above the urethral opening. See, this is urethral opening. Above the urethral opening, the clitoris is there. Clitoris. Above the urethral opening. Okay, urethral opening. Now, very important line again. The presence or the absence of hymen doesn't explain sexual experience. It doesn't tell someone is a virgin or non-virgin. There's nothing like that, because a hymen can break even other activities. For example, if a female is undergoing some playing sports or horseback riding or sudden fall, bicycle riding, that time also hymen layer can break because it's a very delicate layer. Okay, or in other cases, even after the intercourse or even after the coitus or the sex, the hymen layer can still be there. So you cannot tell the presence or the absence of hymen layer as the indication of sexual experience. It's given here also. See here. The hymen often torn during the first intercourse. However, it can also be broken by sudden fall, jolt, or insertion of vaginal tampons, active participation in some sports like horseback riding, cycling, etc. In some women, the hymen persists. See, even after the coitus. In fact, the presence or absence of hymen is not a reliable indicator. Not a reliable indicator of virginity or sexual experience. Okay. Next, we have the mammary glands. Next, the mammary glands is there. Okay. In mammary glands, there are two main things we should remember. One is the alveoli, very important to learn. The function of alveoli, that is very important. And the second one is mammary lobes. Now, students, this is a diagram given your NCERT, where we can see the ribs here. Students, I'll ask you a zoology question. How many pair of ribs do we have, humans? 24 or 12 or 6? Tell me the answer. 6, 12, 24. How many pair of ribs do you find in the case of humans? Go. Go, 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 go. Yes, hormonal imbalance also. Okay. Now see here. A functional mammary gland is a characteristic of all female mammals without any exception. Very important line of NCERT, students. If an organism has to be considered as mammal, the organism, the female, should have mammary glands, or male should also have mammary glands. It is non-functional, that's all, non-functional. Okay. That's why, students, even the platypus, the platypus, okay, the platypus is also part of your mammals because it has mammary glands, the platypus. Okay. Now, mammary glands are paired structures, breast, that contains glandular tissues and variable amount of fat. Okay. The glandular tissues of each breast is divided into glandular tissue of each breast is divided into 15 to 20 mammary lobes. Mammary lobes are there. Can you see here? This is called as mammary lobe. Here it is very visible. Can you see here? This is called as mammary lobe. Mammary lobes. So each breast will have around 15 to 20 mammary lobes. Can you see? Mammary lobes. Mammary lobes will be there. Here also we can see in the inside diagram also. Mammary lobes. Okay, mammary lobes. Now inside mammary lobe, what do we have? Inside the mammary lobe, do you see alveoli is present inside the mammary lobe here. That is very important to understand. See here. Mammary lobe contains clusters of cells called as alveoli. Alveoli. So called as alveoli. Now, students, understand, alveoli has two main functions. Alveoli. The first main function is secretion of milk. The second main function is storage of milk in the lumen. I'll repeat again. Alveoli has two main functions. The first one is secretion of milk, and the second one is storage of milk in the lumen. It's given you here. The cells of the alveoli secrete milk. See, first main function is secretion of milk, which is stored in the cavity or the lumen of the alveoli. It's stored there only. Now, students, write a flow chart. Very important flow chart for all of you. First, the milk is produced where? The milk is produced in the alveoli. Now, from alveoli, the milk is transferred to the mammary tubules. From mammary tubules, the milk is going to the mammary duct. From mammary duct, it is going to the mammary ampulla. From mammary ampulla, the milk is transferred to the lactiferous duct. Lactiferous duct. From lactiferous duct, the milk is ejected out to the nipples. That is the entire flow chart. Lumen means a cavity. Lumen means the middle part. Lumen means the middle part usually. Remember when we learned about sclerets, botany. In sclerets we learned about the lumen is obliterated. It means the lumen is completely lignified or filled there. Lumen means a cavity in the middle which can be filled by something. Okay. Clear all of you? So alveoli to mammary tubules, mammary duct, mammary ampulla, lactiferous duct, and nipples through which the milk is coming out. This is the flow chart they will ask you. Always. Other than this, there will be no question from here. Okay. Now students, now is the main real game now starting. Now real game is starting now. Now we have come to the where the many questions will come from. Many questions will come from the gametogenesis. Both spermatogenesis and oogenesis, both are equally important. Many questions will come from here. So I want everyone to pay extra attention for the next 20 minutes. Just 20 minutes. Forget everything in the world. Forget everything. Take down a piece of sheet or a book. Write down what I am writing and understand today only the entire process of spermatogenesis and oogenesis with the help of a flow chart. Ready or not? Tell me. Ready? All of you. I will teach you with the help of a flow chart. With the help of flow chart, you will not be able to forget. Write the flow chart in your book, and this is going to be a final notes for you. Final notes. And if you want these notes, Telegram channel. Okay. Ready all of you? Tell me. Ready? Because I will not wait anymore. Can we start, students? Can we start? Now first. Now remember, students, in the seminiferous tubule, I want everyone to answer now. Inside the seminiferous tubule, there were two types of cells in the inner layer of cells. First cell was called as your Sertoli cell, also called as nurse cell. But there was one more cell. Right? The other cell was called as your male germ cell. It was called as what? Male germ cell, and the male germ cell was also called as spermatogonia. And all the questions will come after this. Wait. All the questions will come after this topic. Spermatogenesis will have top questions are there. Okay. Now students, understand. Everything starts with the spermatogonia. Everything starts with the spermatogonia, which is, tell me students, also called as the male germ cell. Also called as the male germ cell. Tell me, is this haploid or diploid? Tell me students, is this cell right here? It's not visible, huh? The male germ cell, is it haploid or diploid? Male germ cell is diploid in nature. Male cell is diploid in nature. Now students, understand. This male germ cell or spermatogonia, it is not directly undergoing meiosis. It will undergo first of all mitosis and increase in number. Focus. If you lose even concentration for 1 minute, gone case. You have a diploid cell. Diploid cell is dividing. Undergoing mitosis. It is undergoing what? It is undergoing mitosis. Tell me, do we change the ploidy here in mitosis? No. Ploidy will remain the same. Now, one of the cell undergoes differentiation. It undergoes differentiation. differentiation, or it can show growth. One of the cell, any one cell. For example, we'll take this one. We'll take this one here. Okay. It will become enlarged. Diploid. Now this cell is called as primary spermatocyte. It is called as primary spermatocyte. Understanding all of you? Till here, any doubt, quickly ask me. Spermatogenesis starts with spermatogonia, right here, spermatogonia, which undergoes mitosis first, increase in number, differentiation and growth, and we end up getting a large primary spermatocyte. Okay, beautiful. Now this primary spermatocyte, students, let's take a space this side now. Let's divide it into two halves. It'll be easy to understand. Okay. Now we'll take this one this side. We're bringing it here this side. Okay. Now we have primary spermatocyte. This primary spermatocyte is undergoing meiosis. Now students, tell me, do we have one meiosis or two meiosis? One or two? Tell me all of you. We have two meiosis, right? We have two meiosis. Now first we'll undergo meiosis 1. We'll undergo meiosis 1. Undergo meiosis 1. When it undergoes meiosis 1, it develops into two gametes. Can you see? Two gametes. Tell me the ploidy here, haploid, diploid. They'll be haploid because of reduction division. Haploid cells. This is 22 plus X. This is 22 plus Y. And these structures are called as your secondary spermatocyte. Secondary spermatocyte. Here we had the primary spermatocyte. Here we had the primary spermatocyte. Oh, it became too big. Here we had the primary spermatocyte. Now we have the secondary spermatocyte. After meiosis 1. Okay. Now it will undergo meiosis 2. Undergo meiosis 2. Because obviously meiosis 1, meiosis 2. Undergo meiosis 2. When it undergoes meiosis 2, it produces 4 haploid gametes. 4 haploid gametes. N. These two are 22 plus X. These two are 22 plus Y. Now tell me, do they look like sperm now? Tell me, do they look like sperm from any angle? Like, no sir. If you look at any angle also, they do not look like sperm. But what are they called as now? These structures right here are called as spermatids. They are called as what? Spermatids. Done. Now these spermatids, if they do not look like sperm. They're like, no, they do not look like sperm in any angle. They don't look like sperm. So they will have to undergo a separate process. They will have to undergo one more process here. Which nurse cell also helps. Can anyone guess which that process? From spermatid, we end up getting spermatozoa. This is spermatozoa. Also called as the sperm. What is the process here, students? What is the process? The process is called as spermiogenesis. we end up getting the sperm. Now students, is the sperm released at one go? Is the sperm released like shoo? No, obviously not. All the sperm, the head will be embedded in a cell called as your Sertoli cell. All the head will be embedded in the Sertoli cell. Head will be embedded in Sertoli cell. Head will be embedded in the Sertoli cell. Sertoli cell. Head will be embedded in the Sertoli cell. Embedded in the Sertoli cell. Now from here, what will happen? Finally, after all the struggle, from all the struggle, sperm is released. Sperm is released from the seminiferous tubule at last. Sperm is released from the seminiferous tubule at last, and the last process where the sperm is released, this process right here is called as, should I write it? This process is called as what? Spermiation. It's called as what? Spermiation. It's called as spermiation. I'll repeat one more time. This is your entire spermatogenesis. Understand one more time. Any doubt you can ask me. Okay. I'll repeat one more time. Just listen. Just listen to me. Okay. Where does it all start? The entire process of spermatogenesis starts at the puberty. That first point. Starts at the puberty. It starts at the puberty with the increase in level of GnRH, and testosterone subsequently. When GnRH and testosterone is increasing, right? That time, spermatogonia, also called as male germ cell, is undergoing mitosis to produce and differentiation to produce the primary spermatocyte. First, spermatogonia undergoes mitosis, differentiation, growth, primary spermatocyte. This primary spermatocyte undergoes meiosis 1 to produce secondary spermatocyte, haploid. Undergoes second meiosis to produce 4 haploid gametes. And these 4 haploid gametes, which do not look like sperm only, they are called as spermatids. Now these spermatids needs to mature, needs to look like sperm now, change in modification and all. So this spermatids undergoes spermiogenesis, and this function is mediated by Sertoli cells to produce the spermatozoa or sperm. Now the sperms are not released at one go. Their head is embedded in the Sertoli cell. Now where are the Sertoli cells formed? Sertoli cells and your germ cell is obviously inside seminiferous tubule. So the sperm is released from the seminiferous tubule. The release of sperm from the seminiferous tubule is called as spermiation. How beautifully we learned right now, tell me. Biology is so easy to understand, no? I'll move from the board. Just see, all of you see. Tell me, is biology difficult? So nice it is to learn biology. I will show you a diagram here, students. See this. See here. All the sperm head is embedded in the Sertoli cell. Now from here, the sperm will be released. That is called as spermiation. Done. Thumbs up, all of you, thumbs up. Quickly, thumbs up. Done. Okay. Now students, can we read NCERT lines? Can we read NCERT lines to make our concept pakka clear? Tell me. Can we read the lines of NCERT to make our concept even more clear now? Full clear. Ready? Okay. Students, understand the importance of line by line of NCERT. When you know the every single line of NCERT, you cannot even miss out a single mark when it comes to biology. Okay? Now, let's see here. Ready, all of you? Ready? See here. The primary sex organ, see, I told you, primary sex organ is called as your testis in the male. We did this in the starting only. And ovaries in the case of female, producing gametes, that is sperm and the egg, respectively, by the process called as gametogenesis. In testis, the immature male germ cell, also called as spermatogonia, produces sperm by spermatogenesis that begins at the puberty. The most important line here, at puberty. At puberty. Done. The spermatogonium present on the inside walls of the seminiferous tubule multiply by mitotic division starting. Mitotic divisions and increase in number. We learned that increase in number right here. Increase in number. Okay. Some of each spermatogonia is diploid and contains 46 chromosomes right here. It is diploid and contains 46 chromosomes. 46 chromosomes. 46 chromosomes. 46 chromosomes. Okay. 46 chromosomes. That's it. 46 chromosomes. Done. Some of the spermatogonia called as primary spermatocyte periodically undergo meiosis. Yes, undergoes meiosis. Meiosis. A primary spermatocyte completes the first meiotic division, reduction division, leading to the formation of two unequal haploid cells called as secondary spermatocyte. Yes or no? Here. Primary spermatocyte undergoing meiosis 1 to produce two haploid cells called as your secondary spermatocyte. Secondary spermatocyte. Done. Secondary spermatocyte. Now, understand again. Which have only 23 chromosomes. The secondary spermatocyte undergoes second meiotic division to produce four haploid cells called as your spermatid. Here. Spermatids. Four haploid. Okay. Now, the spermatids are transformed into spermatozoa by the process called as spermiogenesis. Here. Spermatid to spermatozoa process is called as spermiogenesis. After spermiogenesis, sperm head, the head is embedded in the Sertoli cell and finally released from the seminiferous tubule. By the process called as spermiation. Here. Spermiation, sperm is released from the seminiferous tubule. Done. Just like that, the concept is over. Easy, no? Tell me now. Completely done. The entire spermatogenesis in one slide. Students, write down this on your own. That is very important. Okay? Now, with that being said, let's see to the next lines. See here. I think we explained this before. The spermatogenesis starts at the age of puberty due to the significant increase in the secretion of GnRH, not testosterone, GnRH always. This, if you recall, is a hypothalamic hormone. The increased levels of GnRH acts on the anterior pituitary. I told you all this already. And stimulates the secretion of two gonadotropins, that is FSH and LH. FSH and LH. FSH acts on Sertoli cells and LH acts on Leydig cells. How do you remember, students? How do you remember this? That is SSLL. That's all. Okay. Break after this thing. Don't worry, students. Don't worry. Kavya is asking, sir, what is the chromosome number in spermatid? Kavya, tell me. If diploid means 46 chromosomes, how many chromosomes will be there in haploid? All of you tell me the answer. I want to know now. In diploid, we have 46 chromosomes. How many chromosomes do we have in the haploid? set. It's given here only, but tell me. It's given on the bottom only, but tell me. Okay. Where were we? LH acts on the Leydig cells. LH act on Leydig cells and stimulate the secretion of your androgen. Obviously, all of you know that. And androgen in turn stimulates the process of spermiogenesis. Very important line. Androgen stimulates the spermiogenesis. And FSH acts on Sertoli cells and stimulate the secretion of some factors which help in spermiogenesis. Yes, sir. Spermiogenesis. See, 23, all of you know. Oh, very simple. 23. This is the structure of the sperm, entire thing, all of you know. The entire sperm is covered by a plasma membrane on the outside. Can you see here? Entire thing is covered by a plasma membrane on the outside. There's a head-like structure. Can you see? The head, a cap-like structure. A cap-like structure is called as your acrosome. Do you see here? Acrosome, cap-like structure, which has a lot of hydrolytic enzymes, which help in breaking the zona pellucida layer, which will help in breaking the corona radiata layer. Okay, all it is present there. It has a single large nucleus. Friends, is this nucleus right here, is it haploid or diploid? Tell me. Is the nucleus here haploid or diploid? Tell me, all of you. Then we have a neck piece. This is the head. This is a neck piece which has mitochondria which will produce energy. All of you know mitochondria is powerhouse of the cell. Okay. Then we have a tail for the motility. Okay. See, middle piece, tail, plasma membrane envelopes. Plasma membrane completely envelopes the entire sperm here. Cap-like structure called as acrosomes, which is filled with enzymes that help in the fertilization in the ovum. The middle piece possesses numerous mitochondria energy. Now, very important line here. Understand this. The produced energy for the movement of the tail that facilitates the sperm motility essential for the fertilization. The human male ejaculates around 200 to 300 million. 300, not just 200, 300. 200 to 300 million. Unfathomable. 200 to 300 million sperm during the coitus, for which the normal fertility, at least 60% should have normal motility. Out of that 60, if 60% is there, out of the 60 should have, 40% should have normal shape and size. At least normal shape and size. Understood, all of you? So 60% should have normal motility. Out of that 60%, 40% should have normal shape and size. For example, you will tell me it has normal shape and size, but it has no motility. No use then, no use. Right? The sperm released from the seminiferous tubule are transported to the accessory ducts. All of you know. The secretion of epididymis, vas deferens, seminal vesicle and prostate are essential for maturation. Why? Because of seminal plasma. Okay. Now here students understand. Seminal plasma plus sperm will make up the semen. Okay, will make up the semen. It's given here. Seminal plasma along with sperm constitute semen. The functions of the male accessory ducts along the glands are maintained by the testicular hormones. So all the ducts and glands are maintained by the hormones. Clear, all of you? Clear? Done. See here, seminal plasma, rich in fructose, calcium, ascorbic acid and some enzymes. Now students, before we take a break, can we start oogenesis now? Beautiful concept, students, beautiful concept. You will love the concept and have many questions. Disclaimer, many questions on oogenesis after this. So we will start oogenesis, finish the oogenesis, you will write down the oogenesis, we will solve questions, then we take a break. Deal, huh? Deal, no deal, deal. Okay. So let's start oogenesis, students. Let's start oogenesis. Let's start the oogenesis, all of you. Now, unlike spermatogenesis, which starts at the puberty, oogenesis starts at the embryonic stage. Next level. So, unlike spermatogenesis, which starts at the puberty, oogenesis starts at the embryonic stage. Okay. Oogenesis starts at embryonic stage. Okay, embryonic stage. Okay, embryonic stage. Now, spermatogenesis started with spermatogonia. Spermatogenesis starts at the spermatogonia. Oogenesis should start with what? Oogonia. Yes or no? Tell me, true or false? True or false? The entire oogenesis should start with oogonia. Yes or no? So we have oogonia here. We have the oogonia here. Oogonia, which is diploid. Oogonia. Now this oogonia will undergo mitosis initially. Again, same. It will undergo mitosis to produce multiple copies. Undergoing mitosis. Now understand, students, one such oogonia again undergoes a differentiation. It undergoes what? One oogonia undergoes differentiation. Undergoes differentiation and growth. Undergoes differentiation slash growth. Differentiation slash growth. And it produces one large secondary structure. Diploid structure. This large structure is called as the primary oocyte. Primary oocyte is formed here. Now this primary oocyte starts to undergo meiosis 1. It starting, not ending, only starting. It starts to undergo meiosis 1, but it stops. It gets arrested. It's like, calm down. It gets arrested at the prophase 1 diplotin stage. It gets arrested at prophase 1 diplotin stage. Prophase 1 at diplotin stage. It gets arrested. Now students, understand this important point here. Understand the main point here, students. All of this structure, all of these events, all of the above events is happening at the embryo stage. Okay, embryo stage. Now what is happening? There is childbirth. Birth of the child. Now the birth is happening. All this is happening before the birth of the child. Okay. Then we have childhood. And finally, when the female child reaches the puberty, then the meiosis 1 is finally completed. The meiosis 1 is not completed until the puberty of the female child. Okay, so finally, after many years, until the female is in class 8th or 9th, usually, okay, or 10th, the meiosis 1 is finally completed here. Till here it was stopped, completed, it was arrested. It was arrested till now, okay? Till now it was arrested till now. Finally, at the puberty, it is completed. I'll draw it here only, students. and finally at the puberty, it is meiosis 1 is completed, giving rise to the two new structures. Two new structures that is called as the first one is called as your first polar body. It is called as the first polar body, and this structure right here is called as your secondary oocyte. Secondary oocyte. Understanding? When is it happening? At puberty. All this is happening at puberty. Clear? Till now, any doubt quickly ask me. I will recap for all of you one more time so that you are not left anywhere behind. Okay. Oogenesis starts at the embryonic stage, where we have a oogonia which undergoes mitosis to produce multiple in number. Okay. Now multiple in number. Understand now. One such oogonia undergoes differentiation to produce primary oocyte. This primary oocyte starts to undergo meiosis 1 but does not finish. It gets arrested. At prophase 1 diploiding stage. Stop. No more further going. Now what happens is follicles are later. Don't worry. Now that is childbirth, childhood, puberty. Finally, when the female child reaches puberty, the meiosis 1 is completed, which will give rise to a secondary oocyte and the first polar body. Now the question for all of you is, what is the ploidy level? Of the secondary oocyte? Ploidy level of the secondary oocyte. Tell me. If it is undergoing meiosis 1, obviously, it is going to be at haploid. It is going to be haploid in nature. Now students, understand this first polar body, it is formed inside the ovary. The first polar body is formed inside the ovary. Now, can we go to the second part of the movie now? Second part of the movie starts now. Okay. Now, understand students, understand. Now what do we have now? This secondary oocyte is released now. Now this secondary oocyte is released during when? What is that first period called as? This secondary oocyte is released the first time ovulation, when the first time ovulation happens, during menarche. During menarche, the ovule is, secondary oocyte is released. Now this secondary oocyte doesn't keep quiet, obviously, because meiosis 1 is happening. It has to undergo meiosis 2. There is no other option, right? Now this secondary oocyte, we'll draw here. Secondary oocyte will start to undergo, what? It will start to undergo meiosis 2. Meiosis 2. But again, as usual, it is stopped. It is suspended again. It is suspended at metaphase 2. Suspended. Here also it is suspended. Suspended at metaphase 2. Metaphase 2 is suspended. Now the question is, question for all of you. At what stage does the egg is released? During the ovulation in the case of female. At what stage is the egg released during the ovulation in the case of female? The answer should be, all of you tell me, the answer should be secondary oocyte, which is suspended at meiosis 2. The answer should be the egg is released at secondary oocyte stage. Secondary oocyte stage suspended at meiosis 2. Suspended at meiosis 2 at ovulation, during ovulation. Done. Now students, this secondary oocyte right here, this secondary oocyte right here, will finish, secondary oocyte right here, it will finish the entire process, of meiosis 2. When? It will finish meiosis 2 only when it comes in contact with the sperm. That's all. So when during fertilization, if the sperm is coming in contact, as soon as the sperm comes in contact with the secondary oocyte, that is when the meiosis 2 is completed finally. Now you tell me, students, if secondary oocyte, if it does not undergo fertilization, what will happen? If the sperm is not coming in contact with the secondary oocyte during fertilization, if there is no contact, the secondary oocyte will be released in the process of menstrual cycle, menstruation, with the blood vessels, entire mucus, entire endometrium, and the secondary oocyte is released out. But what if there is fertilization? What if there is fertilization? This secondary oocyte will divide into two other structures after meiosis 2. After meiosis 2, it will finish meiosis 2 and produce two new structures called as your second polar body, as well as the structure right here is called as the ovum or ooted, which is also haploid in nature. Now students, understand, this first polar body is produced inside the ovary. This second polar body is produced in the oviduct or fallopian tube. Why? Tell me why? Why, students? Why is it produced in the oviduct, second polar body? Because all of you know, fertilization takes place in the ampulla region, and ampulla is the part of your oviduct. Simple as that. In the oviduct. Okay. Now this particular ooted will undergo fusion with the sperm later on. The sperm nuclei, and the nuclei here fuses to produce the zygote later on. Okay. So I'll recap this one more time, all of you. Listen to me very carefully. Very simple. After this, I'll teach you follicles. Okay. Oogonia, mitosis, 2 cells, increase in number. Differentiation, primary oocyte. Primary oocyte undergoes meiosis 1 but stops at prophase 1 diploidine stage. When does it finish? At puberty, we get secondary oocyte, first polar body formed inside the ovary. Now the secondary oocyte starts meiosis 2, again suspended. Where? At metaphase 2. When does it get over? When the sperm comes in contact with the egg, with the secondary oocyte, meiosis 2 is finished. Meiosis 2 is over. It will produce the ovum or ooted or second polar body. That's it. Okay. Now students, understand the follicles now. Understand the follicles. In the case of humans, we have something called as the primary follicle, secondary follicle, tertiary follicle, and Graafian follicle, as well as Graafian follicle. 4 main things. Graafian follicle. Okay. What is primary follicle? Primary follicle will always have the primary follicle will always have the primary oocyte plus single layer of granulosa cells. The secondary follicle will have primary oocyte plus more layer of granulosa cells plus new theca formation. Now what happens in tertiary follicle? In tertiary follicle, understand students, in tertiary follicle, the primary oocyte will get converted to secondary oocyte. And there is a fluid cavity called as antrum. Formation is happening. Fluid cavity called as antrum formation is happening in the tertiary follicle. Conversion is happening. And also the theca layer, right? And theca will divide into interna and externa. Okay, theca will divide. Now Graafian follicle, students, Graafian follicle will have what? Secondary oocyte. It will have the secondary oocyte. Okay, secondary oocyte plus layer called as zona pellucida. Zona pellucida layer. That's all. Tell me. That's all. Now students, I'll ask you a simple question now. Simple question. In which follicle is released during ovulation? Tell me. Which follicle is released during puberty? Tell me. Which follicle is released during puberty? During ovulation? You will tell me, sir, Graafian follicle ruptures. Graafian follicle will rupture and the secondary oocyte is released. Secondary oocyte is released during the Graafian follicle. It is released. Okay. Now, other question is at before puberty, this stage right here, which follicle do we have in this stage? In this stage, we have the secondary oocyte, the tertiary oocyte in this stage. Eventually, the tertiary oocyte will form Graafian follicle and then egg oocyte will be released. Okay, Graafian follicle will happen. Okay. Now, students, when we solve some questions, you'll get an idea now. See this. First, before we'll read NCERT. We'll read NCERT before that. See here. Read NCERT first. Today's class is so fun to teach. I don't know why. Zoology, no, that's why. A secondary follicle. Oh, 1 second. Now, see here. The process of formation of mature female. Students, do I recap once? Do you want a recap of everything? No, right? Very easy to understand. Here. The process of formation of mature female gamete is called as oogenesis. All of you know that. Right? Now, which is marked different from the spermatogenesis. Why? Oogenesis is initiated during the embryonic developmental stage. Okay. What happens? There is oogonia. Oogonia is there. Millions of oogonia are formed within each fetal ovary. No more oogonia are formed and added after birth. So, a female is born with a limited quantity of oogonia. How much of oogonia is there? It will remain as such. It will not increase or it will increase. It will never increase, but it will keep on decreasing. Okay, it will never increase. So oogonia is fixed. Okay. These cells start division and enter into a prophase 1 of meiotic division and gets temporarily arrested at that stage. Prophase 1 diploidine stage called as primary oocyte. So primary oocyte is arrested. Okay. Each primary oocyte, see, primary oocyte is arrested, friends. Primary oocyte is arrested. You see, primary oocyte is arrested here. Arrested at prophase 1. Each primary oocyte then gets surrounded by a layer of granulosa cells called as primary follicle. All of you know primary follicle, granulosa cells here. We learned here. Primary follicle. Primary follicle. Now, a large number of follicles degenerate during the phase from birth to the puberty. Therefore, at puberty, only around 60,000 to 80,000 primary follicles are left in each ovary. Important question. So, at puberty, only 60 to 80,000 primary follicle is left. This one right here. This one right here. How many is left? 60K to 80K. 80K is left. Primary follicle is left. Okay. Primary follicles are left in each ovary. The primary follicles get surrounded by a more layer of granular cells and a new theca are called as secondary follicle. Secondary follicle. New theca, secondary follicle. Can you see here? More layer of granular cells plus new theca formation. Secondary follicle. Okay, secondary follicle. A secondary follicle soon transforms into tertiary follicle, which is characterized by a fluid-filled cavity called as antrum, very important line, and the theca layer is organized into inner theca and theca interna and theca externa. If we do that here, fluid-filled cavity called as antrum, and theca interna and theca externa. Theca interna and theca externa. Tertiary follicle. Tertiary follicle. Okay. It is important to draw your attention. See, draw your attention here. Important, draw your attention here that this stage, that the primary oocyte within the tertiary follicle grows in size and completes the first meiotic division. First meiotic division is formed where? First meiotic division is completed in the tertiary follicle. Tertiary follicle. First meiotic division. First meiosis is completed here. Is completed. Now you tell me, students, if first meiosis is completed, what do we get? What do we get, students? If first meiosis is completed, what do we get? If the first meiosis is completed, do we get secondary oocyte? Yes or no? Tell me. Yes or no? If first meiosis 1 is completed, do we get secondary oocyte? Yes, sir. So did we write that? In tertiary follicle, since first meiosis is completed, primary oocyte is converted to secondary oocyte. Primary oocyte is converted to secondary oocyte. Very important line of NCERT. First primary oocyte to secondary oocyte. Okay. Done. It is an unequal division resulting in the formation of the large haploid secondary oocyte. See, secondary oocyte. Secondary oocyte is produced. Secondary oocyte and a tiny first polar body. The secondary oocyte retains the bulk of the nutrient-rich cytoplasm of the primary oocyte. Everything is taken. Everything is taken. Okay. Taken. What do we have after that? At present, we are not very certain about this. Why is it happening? The tertiary follicle further changes into mature Graafian follicle. Finally, we have the mature Graafian follicle. The secondary oocyte forms a new membrane called as zona pellucida layer. Here, Graafian follicle, which has secondary oocyte, forms a layer called as zona pellucida layer. Zona pellucida layer. Okay. Crazy it is. Okay. And a tiny. Okay, this was done, no? See here. The Graafian follicle now ruptures to release the secondary oocyte. See, secondary oocyte is being released and from the ovary by the process called as ovulation. Ovulation. Boom. Now you want questions, no? You cry later on. See here. Primary follicle at the embryonic stage, tertiary follicle, fluid-filled cavity, Graafian follicle, and ovum is released. Now, what is this? This is called as corpus luteum, which we will learn in the menstrual cycle. What will happen of role of corpus luteum? Okay, PYQ coming up. Don't worry. See here, primary follicle, primary oocyte, layer of granulosa cells, primary follicle, secondary follicle, tertiary follicle, fluid-filled cavity called as antrum, Graafian follicle, ruptured, corpus luteum, and corpus albicans. This is what we learned, the entire thing which we learned right now. Okay. Question is here. Let's see how many of you can answer now. Question is here. Time starts now. Go. Go, 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 go. Division of primary oocyte. Division of primary oocyte results in unequal cell of smaller haploid secondary oocyte and a large diploid polar body. Unequal cell, large haploid secondary oocyte and a small haploid polar body. Unequal cell, a smaller diploid secondary oocyte and a large haploid polar body. Equal, okay, equal a haploid cell. Equal, is it equal? A haploid cell oocyte and a haploid polar body. Let's see how many of you solve the question now. First of all, it is unequal. This question is gone. This part is gone. It is unequal. Okay. Do we get a haploid secondary oocyte? Yes. Is it large? Yes, it is large. Smaller haploid polar body? Yes, smaller haploid polar body. So what is the answer? 2. What is your marks? In the chat, all of you. What is your marks in the chat? All of you marks. All of you remember your marks? No. Remember your marks. All of you marks in the chat. Let's see who gets highest now. Let's see how many of you went wrong now. Now, second question. How do ovulated oocyte get into the uterus? How does the ovulated second oocyte get into the uterus? How is it moving basically? Because ovaries are within the uterus, ovulated egg is already within the uterus. Cilia within the oviduct creates current that sweeps the egg towards the uterus. The oocyte actively swims through the oviduct using flagella. It doesn't have any flagella, we've never seen. Fimbriae sweeps over the oviduct. How are they traveling in oviduct, students? Oviduct. Easy question, cilia. I told you, the ciliated movement, right? Ciliated movement. Ciliated movement. Before Baswa sir. Yo. Now, do this question. The primary oocyte completes its first meiotic division within. The primary oocyte is becoming secondary oocyte. Secondary oocyte within primary follicle, secondary follicle, tertiary follicle, Graafian follicle. Let's see the answer now. Let's see the answer now. Full confidence, no? Confidence. Let's see the answer now. Let's see the answer now. Primary follicle is becoming Graafian follicle in. Ravindrani, not D. All students who went wrong, answer is here. It is going to be your tertiary follicle. It's going to be tertiary follicle. How, sir? How? How can you tell that, sir? Where is the answer not see? Where is the answer see? First meiotic division is completed in tertiary follicle. Primary oocyte is converted to secondary oocyte. What is the question? The question says primary oocyte completes the first meiotic division. So primary oocyte is becoming secondary oocyte where? Within the tertiary follicle. How many of you went wrong? Stand up now. Stand up. Stand up and go to one corner and sit. Go to one corner and raise your hands. Students, I wrote in the table, like we wrote it and understood. Okay. Now, do you know where you went to mistake? Now, one more question is coming up. Let's see. Let's see now. This is a very easy question, students. 5 seconds to tell me the answer. 5 seconds. Oogenesis starts at the embryonic stage. At the embryonic stage. Easy question. Okay. Arrested stage called as primary oocyte is formed. Arrested stage called as primary oocyte is formed when? During the fetal growth, at the time of birth, at puberty, at menarche. Primary oocyte is formed when? Primary oocyte is formed when? Go to the corner and stand, all of you, if you're telling wrong again. During fetal growth. During fetal growth. Absolutely. That is embryonic stage. Primary oocyte. Students, primary oocyte. I'll show you revision. Here. Primary oocyte at the embryonic stage. Primary oocyte, embryonic stage. One is the answer. Next question. Oh, it's very easy. Fluid filled cavity is characteristics of feature of. Fluid filled cavity called as antrum. Where do you see? Primary follicle, secondary follicle, tertiary follicle, Graafian follicle. Quickly. Where do you see the fluid filled cavity? Fluid filled cavity. Where do you see that? Fluid filled cavity is found in your tertiary follicle. In the tertiary follicle. Okay. Called as antrum. Your marks, everyone marks in the chat. Next question. What is released at ovulation? What is released at ovulation? Who can tell me this answer now? What is released at ovulation? Do we get primary oocyte at meiosis 1, primary oocyte at meiosis 2, secondary oocyte at meiosis 1, secondary oocyte at meiosis 2? What is the answer? What is the answer? Now you see. Half of you will go wrong here. Beautiful question, students. Beautiful question. See, I can bring you easy questions and make you happy and you'll be like, oh, I learned something today. Only when you solve such questions, you will realize the importance of knowing the flow chart. See the answer. Selvam, hi. What is the answer? Secondary oocyte at meiosis 2. Beautiful. We drew it here, the diagram. Okay. Secondary oocyte is formed at puberty, at the time of birth, at fertilization, during the embryonic growth. Secondary oocyte is formed. When do we get secondary oocyte? D for Diksha sir. Exactly. D for Diksha sir. Yes. Secondary oocyte is formed at the puberty. Beautiful. Easy question. Rashmita went wrong. Okay. At the time of puberty. See here. Secondary oocyte is formed at the puberty. Do you see here? Secondary oocyte is formed at the puberty. Secondary oocyte at puberty. Students, this table is going to be a save. It will save your life. So many questions will come from this table right here, the flow chart. Learn the flow chart, you're good to go. Next question. Oocyte is formed along with. Marks everyone in the chat, all of you. Oocyte is formed along with the second polar body. Easy question. All of you students, if you are able to solve all these questions, right, all of these questions, and you're enjoying the session, able to answer the questions, right, you're on the right path. Smash the like button and we will take a small break. And after the break, we will come back and we will start with the entire menstrual cycle. Okay, we'll start the entire menstrual cycle after the break. Okay, now what's the time? 8:05. We will start the class at 9:25 now. Okay, we'll take 20 minutes break. I'll go eat my dinner and come. All of you also go eat and come. Okay, remember your marks. Class will resume at okay, 9:25 p.m. Okay, so all of you run, hog, and come back, or take a nap, do whatever you want. Resume at okay. Chalo, I'll see you after night 25 exactly. Okay, boy, all of you, boy. Smash the like button, all of you. So, welcome back, everyone, students. I hope all of you ate some food and you are ready for the next part of the session. And I don't know where I kept the pen now. 1 second, students. 1 second. Yeah, got it. Got it. Got the pen. Now, students, the first part we finished about the male and female reproductive structures, done and dusted. After that, we did something called as the gametogenesis, which included both spermatogenesis and oogenesis. Both are done. Now we go to the second part of the chapter, that is starting off with menstrual cycle. Let me know in the chat if you're ready for the menstrual cycle, and I will explain you the entire menstrual cycle. I will explain you the entire menstrual cycle with the help of the diagram right here. With the help of diagram right here. We will learn the entire menstrual cycle with the help of this one diagram. That's all. This one diagram, entire thing. This one diagram. But before we do this, let's read a few lines of NCERT. Okay. The first thing, the reproductive cycle in the case of female primates, in the case of female primate, is called as your menstrual cycle. It is called as menstrual cycle. Now, what about in the case of non-primate? In those cases, it's called as estrous cycle. In the case of cat, dog, and everything, estrous cycle. There's a major difference, understand, students. In the case of your primates, the menstrual cycle, there is bleeding. But in the case of estrous cycle, there is no bleeding whatsoever. Okay. The first menstrual cycle begins at the puberty and it is called as menarche. Already mentioned before. The end point is called as what? Menopause. Right. In the human female, the menstruation is repeated at an average interval of 28 to 29 days. 28 to 29 days, it is keep on repeating. Can you see? Average of 28 to 29 days, the entire cycle will keep on repeating after each other. Okay. And the cycle of events starting from the one menstruation till the next one is called as a menstrual cycle. That is, from one menstruation to the next menstruation, that entire period is called as the menstrual cycle. It is called as what? Menstrual cycle. Okay, done and dusted. Now, students, ready? Ready for the diagram? Now, students, you need to understand there are two separate events happening simultaneously here. Two events are happening simultaneously in the case of menstrual cycle. But they may be happening simultaneously, but the location is very different. Location is very different. Understand here, students. Understand. There may be two events, but they're separate. For example, students, the two events which I'm talking about here. Let me show you. One event is happening in the case of the ovarian events. One is the ovarian events, and the one is happening inside the ovary right here on the top. The other event is the uterine event, which is happening on the bottom. The two events are happening simultaneously, where one event is influencing the other event. Understand, students? Understand. One event is influencing the other event here. Okay, ovarian events and uterine events, as well as uterine events. Now, the first part of both the events is almost similar, but the function is different. See, understand here. Here we have something called as follicular phase. Yes. Follicular phase. At the same time, in the uterus, there is proliferative phase. Proliferative. Okay. Done. Makes sense. Makes sense. Now, then there's a common point. The common point is called as ovulation. It's called as ovulation. Then, in the case of ovarian events, there is something called as luteal phase. Can you see here? Luteal phase. Luteal phase. Okay. luteal phase is happening here. Then at the same time, in the case of uterine events, there is something called as secretory phase. Secretory phase. Secretory phase. Okay. Secretory phase. Okay. Now students, just focus what I'm saying. You will understand the entire event with the help of simple flow chart. Okay, understand, very simple. It's very simple. Just follow my lead now. Okay. Now, just there are two events are happening, and two different hormones are responsible. First type of hormone is pituitary hormones. Then we have ovarian hormones. Understand? Now tell me, all of you, look at the diagram and tell me. In the first part, is red line on top or blue line on top? Tell me, is red line on the top or the blue line on the top? You will tell me, sir, red line is on the top and it is called as FSH. It is called as FSH. So can I tell in the starting, there is an increase in the levels of FSH? Yes or no? Tell me, there is an increase in level of FSH. Increase in level of FSH. Increase in level of FSH here. In the starting, there is an increase in level of FSH. What is FSH, students? FSH means follicular stimulating hormone. All of you in the chat, it is called as what? Follicular stimulating hormone. Now, it is called as follicular stimulating hormone. Will it stimulate the formation of new follicle? Yes. That is what is happening because of increase in FSH. Because of increase in FSH, can you see there is developing follicles here? Yes, developing follicles because an increase in FSH, right? We have your, until we reach the mature follicle, we have your secondary follicle, tertiary follicle and everything here. Secondary and tertiary follicle. Okay. Tertiary follicle and Graafian follicle. Okay. Now, once we have the mature follicle, every single month from one ovary, how many ovules released? Every single month, students, every single month from one ovary, only one ovule is released, right? Only one egg is released. So if only one egg is released, do we technically need only one mature follicle? Yes, sir. So what happens here right now is, once we have the dominant follicle for the month, which is sufficient for ovulation, this outer layer called as granulosa cells, granulosa layer will send a feedback mechanism. It will send a feedback mechanism and also produce inhibin and decrease the level of FSH. Now can you see here, at one point the FSH level is decreasing now. Now there is decrease in FSH. Why? Because the dominant follicle is produced right now. Dominant follicle is here. So there is no more requirement of FSH. So decrease in FSH. Can you see the red line is decreasing now? Beautiful. Understood, all of you? Now you understand. At the same time, we have follicle development. Because of the follicular development, it will stimulate the increase in level of estrogen. So can you see the blue line is increasing here? Can you see the blue line is up? Yes. So there is increase in estrogen. Here. Why? Because of the follicle. The follicle will stimulate increase in estrogen. Now, what is the function of estrogen, students? Very simple. Because this increase in level of estrogen will affect the uterus, and increase in level of estrogen will help in formation of endometrium layer. What is happening here? Because of increase in FSH, there is formation of endometrium. Endometrium. Thickening of endometrium. Thickening of endometrium is because of increase in level of estrogen, and that makes up the first part of the cycle. Now that is why I'll repeat again, students. Understand what is happening first. Initially there is increase in FSH. Can you see increase in there in FSH? Now increase in level of FSH is stimulating the development of follicle. Follicular stimulating hormone. This FSH stimulates the development of follicle, which results in the formation of a Graafian follicle or the mature dominant follicle, and which is enough. So follicle is developed. Now once there is a developed follicle, it produces a feedback mechanism, and there's a decrease in FSH. After that. Done. Now this follicle will stimulate the increase of estrogen. Follicle will stimulate the estrogen. Now estrogen will stimulate the formation of endometrium. It is a cascade of events. One after one it is happening. Understood? Yes. One after one it is happening. Now estrogen is stimulating the development of the endometrium. Done. Now understand, students, understand here, why is it called as a follicular phase? Because in the ovaries there is development of follicle. In the ovaries there is development of follicle. That is why it is called as follicular phase. Why it is called as proliferatory phase? Because in the uterus there is proliferation of the endometrium layer. Understood, all of you? Proliferatory phase because there is proliferation, means piling up, development or formation of endometrium layer is happening. Can you see? Formation of endometrium layer, done and dusted there. Now understand next point. Till here is done. Any doubt till here? Friend, tell me. Any doubt till here? Yes, breakdown of endometrium, hormonal changes, decrease in the blood, as also respect to the, basically you're losing a lot of tissues because of the cramps are produced. Till here any doubt? If there is no doubt, what happens? At the 14th day, what happens? At the 14th day, there is something called as LH surge. Can you see here? There is increase in sudden spike in LH. Because the sudden spike in LH, that will cause the ovulation to take place. That is, the Graafian follicle ruptures. And the egg or the secondary oocyte is released. Done. Till here secondary oocyte is released. Now what happens is, can you see here, from this point onwards, LH levels are high. LH level is high. Now this LH will maintain the corpus luteum. Now you will ask me, sir, what is this corpus luteum? Corpus luteum is nothing but the remaining part of Graafian follicle. Now once the secondary oocyte is released, the remaining part gets converted to corpus luteum. Now you will ask me, sir, what is the function of corpus luteum? The main function of corpus luteum is maintaining the corpus luteum will produce the, can you see here, the red line? Where is the red line? Can you see the increase in red line here? The red line is progesterone. So there is an increase in progesterone now. Why? Because of the corpus luteum. Corpus luteum will maintain the progesterone level. Now what is the function of progesterone? The main function of progesterone is, right here students, main function of progesterone is maintaining the endometrium layer. Maintain the endometrium. Layer. So formation of endometrium layer is happening because of the estrogen. Maintaining the endometrium layer because of progesterone. Beautiful understanding, right? So what is happening till here? Entire cycle is happening. I'll give you a small recap. Understand. First, what is happening? Increase in the level of FSH. Because of that, follicle is forming. And because of this follicle, once we have a dominant follicle, feedback mechanism, decrease in FSH. Done. Now, this follicle will stimulate estrogen. Estrogen will help in formation of endometrium. Done. 14th day, increase in LH. LH surge at ovulation takes place. Once ovulation is taking place, the remaining part is converted to corpus luteum. Corpus luteum is maintained by LH, and in turn, the corpus luteum is producing progesterone. Corpus luteum is producing progesterone. Progesterone is doing what? Progesterone is maintaining the endometrium layer. Formation by your estrogen, maintaining by the progesterone. Write down. Estrogen, maintaining by progesterone. Maintaining by progesterone. Now till here everything is proper, and that is, students, understand here. It is called as luteal phase on top. Why? Because luteinizing hormone is at the peak. Luteinizing hormone is the peak. Luteal phase. The below part in the uterus, it is called as secretory phase. Why? It is called as secretory phase because the endometrium layer is secretory now. It is secretory nature. Secretory nature. Okay, fetus will come. Don't worry. It will come. Okay. Secretory phase. Now, students, everything is proper. If fertilization takes place, endometrium layer will maintain, pregnancy will happen, implantation will happen, baby will be born. All that will happen. But what if there is no fertilization? What if there is no sperm? Then what happens? If there is no fertilization, at this point right, you can see here, at this point right here, blue line is going down, LH is decreasing now. Decreasing. If LH is decreasing, who will maintain the corpus luteum? No one. Corpus luteum will completely degrade. If corpus luteum is degrading, who will maintain the progesterone level? Tell me, who will maintain the progesterone level? No one. So can I see red line is coming down? Progesterone is also coming down. Yes or no? You see here. Progesterone is also coming down right now. It's coming down. Okay. If progesterone is also coming down, who will maintain the endometrium? No one. So endometrium will completely break down. All the way from the decrease in LH, degeneration of corpus luteum, decrease in progesterone, and finally the breakdown of endometrium layer, which will lead to the next cycle of menstruation. Next cycle begins here. Oof. Students, we just learned it. Imagine the females have to go through this. We just learned it on the board, on a 2D structure. Imagine the females have to go through this. Such change in hormonal levels, increase in FSH, decrease in FSH, increase in LH, decrease in LH, increase in estrogen, decrease in estrogen, increase in progesterone, decrease in progesterone. Imagine such hormonal changes in the body. It is such a difficult task. Right, friends? So, before next time, always remember, please take care of the females who are next to you. They have to go through this every single month. Okay, one big salute you give next time. Okay, big salute. Did you understand the entire menstrual cycle? Imagine all of this actually happens. Right? Crazy phenomena. Okay, see here. That is the periods. Periods is the point where the bleeding happens. All of you know that, right? See, follicular phase, follicular developing, luteal phase, right? Luteal phase. This entire thing is follicular phase. Entire thing is follicular phase. This entire part is luteal phase. Entire part is called as luteal phase. Noise. See the hormonal changes, students. See the hormonal changes. In the follicular phase also there is increase in, can you see, increase in estrogen, there is increase in your LH, FSH also. At 14th day, your LH is increasing at the peak. There is increase in also estrogen. Then there is increase in progesterone, can you see here? Between these days. Then finally at the end, every single thing is decreasing. Now there is a question. It is out of NEET syllabus, but one hormone is actually increasing here. One hormone during pregnancy is actually increasing. See, right now we understood during the menstruation, every single hormone is decreasing, but there is one hormone which increases. Which is that? That is prostaglandins. Prostaglandins, because prostaglandins will make sure the contraction is happening. It is making sure the entire unfertilized egg, the secondary oocyte, the blood, the mucus, everything is properly removed out of the uterus. Okay. Not oxytocin, not oxytocin. Noise. Let's read the NCERT, students. Now, all of you have understood the topic. Let's read the lines of NCERT now. You will get a better idea now, better clarity and everything, and you will be able to understand much more detail. Okay, let's read the NCERT lines. Okay. The major events of menstrual cycles are shown. We saw that. The cycle starts with the menstrual phase when the first menstruation flow occurs, lasts for 3 to 5 days. It lasts. Okay. Students, remember, even in certain cases, certain females, the menstruation can even last for weeks together because of disease, because of certain symptoms and diseases. The menstrual flow results in the breakdown of endometrium lining of the uterus and its blood vessels, which forms the liquid. Okay, I think we skipped one part. Did we skip anything? No, right? No, we didn't skip anything. Okay. China. Menstruation only occurs if the released ovum is not fertilized. Obviously, it is fertilized, it does not come. Lack of menstruation may be indicated. See, maybe not always true. Okay, don't worry so much then. See, menstruation is a very, what do I say, very hormonal thing. If you stress a lot, cortisol levels will go high. When the female is under a lot of stress or depression, any kind of not a mental health is not proper. In such cases also, there can be skipping of periods. Why? Because of stress. And when there is a lot of stress, right, a lot of hormones spike up or decrease down. Because of that, the entire cycle only skips sometimes. Okay, that's why it says maybe indicative of pregnancy, then gone case. Okay. However, it may also be caused due to some underlying causes like stress, poor health, etc. The menstrual phase is followed by a follicular phase, during which this phase the primary follicle in the ovary grows to become a mature, fully Graafian follicle. We saw that Graafian follicle we have, and stimulates the endometrium after the uterus regenerates through proliferation. These changes in the ovary and the uterus are induced by changes in the levels of pituitary and ovarian hormones. All the hormones are one by one. Okay, all by one. Harshita, for that one separate video has to come out. I'll make it, don't worry. Okay, for that, exactly what happens in PCOD, and there are many other symptoms, how to tackle all that, how can you overcome it. We will make a separate video on that and we will talk properly. Okay, that is separate, very important. Many people don't talk about it and that is very risky, very risky. Okay, so we'll make a separate video for all the females, all the NEET aspirants, because it's very common nowadays, right? So we'll make a separate session on that. We will sit and talk about it, and I'll drag you and 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵 ma'am also along with me, and we have a separate session on it. Okay, it's very important. Okay, so if I explain right now, it will be half-hearted. I will not be able to do justice to it. Okay. Now, students, where were we? The secretions. The secretions of gonadotropins, LH and FSH increase gradually during the follicular phase. All of you know that. Okay. Both LH and FSH attain peak at what? At the 14th day. Call it LH surge. LH surge. Okay, call it LH surge. Leading to the ovulation. The ovulatory phase is followed by the luteal phase. This side, luteal phase. During which the remaining part of the Graafian follicle, very important line. Idli is coming out. Dinner is coming out. Okay. The Graafian follicle transforms as a corpus luteum. The corpus luteum secretes large amount of what? Large amount of progesterone. Can you see here? Where is it? Here. Large amount of progesterone, which is essential for the maintenance of the endometrium. See, maintaining the endometrium. Very important line of NCERT. Such endometrium is necessary for implantation of the fertilized ovum and other events of pregnancy. During pregnancy, all events of the menstrual cycle stops. Why? Because of hormones. Okay, stops. And there is no more menstruation. In absence of the fertilization, corpus luteum degenerates. Corpus albicans. This causes disintegration of the endometrium, leading to the menstruation, marking the new cycle. Again, new cycle starts. In the human beings, the menstrual cycle ceases around 50 years, called as menopause. Called as menopause. Students, do you realize I'm reading fast? Because I have already thought all of this. Everything is done. This is just a recap, right? This is a recap. All of you are able to follow? No. If there is someone not able to follow, ask me. I'm a very generous human, very humble. Okay, I will tell you again. The cyclic menstruation is an indication of normal reproductive cycle and extends between menarche and menopause. Menarche is starting, menopause is ending. Okay. Now you see, now you see the question coming up. Let's see how many of you are able to answer. Okay. Which of the following statements are correct regarding the female reproductive cycle? In non-primates, mammalian cycle changes during reproduction is called as estrous cycle. The first menstrual cycle begins at puberty is called as menopause. Menarche. Lack of menstruation may be indicator of pregnancy. Cyclic menstruation extends between menarche and menopause. What is the answer now? What is the answer? Tell me, what is the answer? What is the answer? What is the answer? Students, please smash that like button, all of you. Smash that like button. Huh? And tell your marks also. I want to know your marks. How much you are scoring right now? Q. Where is Q here? There's only A, B, C, D. Which is the first one? I only gave you the answer. I gave you the answer. This is wrong. Why? Because this is supposed to be menarche. This question. Endometrium is necessary for implantation of blastocyst. Okay. In absence of fertilization, corpus luteum degenerates that causes disintegration of endometrium. Correct. Correct. Now tell me, students, which is it? Is it 2 or 3? Is it 2 or 3? No, that is your question. Students, all of you add your marks also. Add your marks. Okay. I'm keeping a track of all your marks. Okay. Tell me, is it B or is it 2 or 3? Water also is over. What life? Huh? Tell me, students. Obviously, it's going to be 3. Why 3? Because it does not explain. This is talking about implantation. This is talking about your corpus, maintaining a corpus luteum. So, does not explain. It does not explain. Right? Does not explain. Ramesh, A is true. Next question. Okay, this is a very easy question. Quickly start. Go. Time starts now. It is basically simple match the following: proliferatory phase, follicular phase, secretory phase, luteal phase, menstruation, breakdown of endometrium layer. What is the answer? Tell me now. What is the answer? A is gonna be 2, B is gonna be 3. It's gonna be 2, B is gonna be 3, C is gonna be 1. So option number 3. Option number 3. It's visible. This is visible. Identify the correct statement of inhibin. Inhibin, students. Inhibin. Inhibin is produced where? Here. One thing, students. I'll delete now only. Those forget it all. Before I send you the notes, I should delete all this random slides. What is the role of inhibin? Answer is shown, students. Answer is shown. Sadly, it is produced by granulosa cells in ovary and inhibits the secretion of FSH. Okay. Mystery told the answer. Students, here, this spot here. Can you see here? Here. And this spot right here, the granulosa cells will produce a feedback mechanism because of inhibin. Because of inhibin, will go and act there and decrease the level of FSH. Decrease the level of FSH. This is bonus mark not counted. Bonus mark not counted for everyone. Bonus mark. Bonus mark. Okay. It is produced by your granulosa cells in the ovary and immediate separation of bonus mark. Bonus mark. Take enjoy. Enjoy. Okay. And students, all of you are aware, right? Last anatomy notes has been sent to you, and soon respiration, living world, photosynthesis, morphology, all 4 also has been sent. Go check the treasure box. Go check the treasure box. All 4 notes are already available there. Everything is available. From my side, I'm giving you all the notes. Okay, don't complain later on. Where are the notes, sir? Okay. So notes will be given by today only sent, students. Today only, once I go home, I'll send you the notes on Telegram channel. Here is the Telegram. Quickly join. There are more than 2.1k students are already there. Okay. Baswad sir, biology. Telegram channel. Okay. Okay. Last question before we go to the next topic. Start. Last topic. Last question before I go to the next topic. Shoot your answers in the chat, all of you. And AIPMT question, students. Oh, AIPMT question. Let's see how many of you are able to solve AIPMT question. AIPMT. Great level question. Great level question. Okay. Quickly tell me. Main function of mammalian corpus luteum is to produce progesterone only. Progesterone. All of you, thumbs up till now. If you're able to understand everything till now, thumbs up, like the session, comment down today's video. We'll go to the next topic. I'm not leaving you. Today's one shot, right? Today's one shot. Now. Students, very few topics left. 1 hour, we can finish the entire chapter. Right. After today's class, you will become so confident in this chapter, you will tell me thank you so much. Okay. So let's finish now. We have fertilization, implantation. 2 more topics left, 3 more topics left, that's all. Now show some energy in the chat, all of you. Super energy, I want super energy. Everyone fire emoji. As soon as I say I fire there, I will also get fire from the inside. Okay, let's start. Next is fertilization and implantation. Very simple concept. During copulation, coitus, semen is released from the penis, by the penis, into the vagina. Insemination. That is called insemination. Insemination. Okay. The motile sperm swim rapidly, pass through the cervix, enter into the uterus, and finally reach the ampullary region where fertilization takes place. Fertilization takes place there. Okay. Now, wait, fetus will come. Don't worry, fetus will come. Okay. The ovum released by the ovary is also transported to the ampullary region. Remember, two are traveling. Here, ovary is coming, sperm is coming, and they are meeting here. Where are they meeting? They are meeting at the ampulla region. Ampulla region. Okay. Where fertilization takes place. Fertilization can only occur if the ovum and the sperm are transported simultaneously. Now tell me, you are trying to meet a person. You are going to meet a person. That person is coming on 5-6 hours later. Will you sit there for 5-6 hours? Will you sit on the road and wait for 5-6 hours? You're like, go bro. I'll go home, you also go home later on. So imagine, only way the fertilization will take place if sperm and the egg are meeting together at the same time almost. Right? Or if their ovum and sperm are transported simultaneously to the ampulla region. This is the reason why not all copulation led to the fertilization and the pregnancy. Okay. Now students, this is the entire thing which is happening here. Can you see it? One sperm is entering and one sperm is entering here, and as soon as the first sperm enters, the other sperm cannot enter anymore. The first sperm cannot, next sperm cannot enter more. Only one person entry allowed. Only one person. Only one sperm. As soon as the first sperm is here, second sperm block. Now the question is, do you want to learn how it happens? The magic. Do you want to learn? No, understand students, understand. If you say no also I'll teach. Now, understand. There are 3 different layers here. Okay. The outermost layer, The outermost layer is called as corona radiata. This one, outermost layer is called as your corona radiata. Then we have zona pellucida layer. Then we have the zona pellucida layer. Zona pellucida layer. Then we have the innermost layer. That is the plasma membrane. That is the plasma membrane. Okay. Then there is plasma membrane on the inner side. Okay. Now what happens is as soon as the sperm is coming in contact, as soon as the sperm is coming in contact with the entire ovum, as soon as the sperm is coming in contact with the ovum, in the head of the sperm, there is something like, what is, students? What is the structure called as? A cap-like structure here. What do you call that, students? A cap-like structure on the head. What do you call that? Anyone? What do you call that? We call that acrosome. In this acrosome, there are a lot of enzymes here. Lot of enzymes in the acrosome. Now students, understand here, as soon as this is happening where? All this is happening in the female reproductive tract. Now at this point, there are two things are happening. The first thing is called as capacitation. Plus acrosomal reactions. Acrosomal reaction. What is capacitation? Capacitation is basically the evolution of sperm. The sperm will get evolved. It gains more motility, more vigor. It is evolving basically. It is becoming more active. That is called as capacitation. What is acrosomal reaction? Acrosomal reaction is that the head of the sperm will completely degrade the first two layers. It will degrade the first two layer. Okay. Okay. Your corona radiata is completely destroyed by your CBP protein. Okay. By CBP protein, zona pellucida layer is completely degraded by your acrosin, and finally the sperm comes in contact with the egg. It finally comes in contact with the egg. That is the plasma membrane. It is coming inside now. Okay, the same sperm, not separate one, the same thing. Same one is coming towards the plasma membrane now. Okay. Okay. Where do I write it? Okay. Now understand, students, as the sperm is coming in contact with the plasma membrane, now there will be formation of a cone here. Wherever it is pointing, there will be a formation of cone. Okay, there will be a formation of cone. Now before the formation of cone, how will you know this sperm will correctly attach here? Because in this enzyme, there's something called as there is something called as here in this top. Here there is something called as anti-fertilization, and here we will have the fertilization, anti-fertilization and fertilization. Okay. Now understand, once it is formed, once it is completely attaching, as soon as the sperm is coming in contact with the plasma membrane, there is a cone formation. There is cone formation called as your no space to write. Fertilization cone. Now, as soon as the fertilization cone is happening, as soon as the fertilization cone formation is happening, this cone formation is happening, as soon as the cone formation is happening, the entire plasma membrane gets depolarized. Why? Because there will be opening of sodium channels. Sodium channels will open. That is, Na sodium channels will open. As soon as the sodium channels are opening, the entire membrane is getting completely depolarized. They get depolarized. If the membrane is getting depolarized, when after the entry of one sperm, no more sperm can enter inside. No more sperm can enter inside anymore. I will give a small recap, understand one more time. This is the structure of ovum. It has layers: corona radiata, zona pellucida, plasma membrane. Corona radiata is completely disintegrated by CPE proteins, that is corona penetrating enzyme. Zona pellucida is completely broken down by acrosin. Then the sperm has something called as fertilization. Here we have anti-fertilization. They'll join together. Once they join, there is formation of a cone. Because of the formation of cone, as soon as the formation of cone happens, sodium channels will open. All the sodium channels will open. As soon as the sodium channels are opening, right? As soon as the sodium channels are opening, the entire membrane is getting completely depolarized. If the membrane is getting depolarized, as the membrane is getting depolarized, right, there will be no more sperm can enter inside. So as soon as the first sperm is entering, the membrane is getting depolarized, no more sperm can enter inside. Okay. From that time, gingerly oil I saw. I don't know what is gingerly oil. Never heard of it. See, can you see here? Secretion of acrosomes, it is degrading the ball. Can you see? Zona pellucida is getting degraded here. And as soon as it forms, there is a cone formation, no more, entire plasma membrane is depolarized, and the nuclei will be sent inside where fertilization takes place. Okay. Crazy it is. See here, NCERT also says it. NCERT also mentions it. The process of fusion of sperm and with ovum is called as fertilization. All of you know that. During fertilization, the sperm comes in contact with the zona pellucida layer of the ovum and induces a change in the membrane. See, change in the membrane that block the entry of additional sperm. Change in the membrane is depolarization of the membrane. Okay. Thus, it ensures that only one sperm can fertilize an ovum. The secretion of the acrosome helps the sperm entering into the cytoplasm of the ovum through the zona pellucida layer and the plasma membrane. So, acrosome basically helps here. Okay. Now, students, we discussed this. We discussed this in the oogenesis part. We discussed this. This induces a completion. So all of you remember, as soon as the secondary oocyte comes in contact with the sperm, what happens? We will produce the ovum or oocyte and second polar body. Remember this, second polar body. When the sperm comes in contact with the secondary oocyte, it's given here. This induces a completion of meiotic division of the secondary oocyte. Thus, second meiotic division is also unequal, resulting in the formation of second polar body and haploid ovum or oocyte. Soon, the haploid nucleus of the sperm, okay, of the ovum fuse together to produce a diploid zygote. zygote is formed. Done. That is what we discussed back then also. It's given here. It's given here. Now, friends, I will skip this entire sex determination. It's very easy. All of you know, right? Basically, female produce XX, male produce XY. If X and Y fuse together, we get XY. That is your male. If X and the X chromosome fuse together, we get a female. Very simple, very easy. Okay, very simple. Okay. Now, students, important concept coming up. Focus very well. Okay. Now, babies will start showing up. Not now. Babies will come in parturition. Not now. Okay. I will show you a glimpse of it. Wait. I will show you a glimpse of it. It's here. Can you see? The baby is coming up. It's coming up. See, babies are coming up here. It'll come. Don't worry. Almost towards the end of the chapter. No. We will continue now. Okay. Yeah. My village, there is a ZO also. Female will have ZO. Okay. Something and all. Okay. Okay. The mitotic division starts as the zygote. Mitotic means mitosis. Okay. As the zygote moves towards the isthmus of the oviduct called as cleavage. Now, what is called as cleavage? Cleavage basically means this one. Division of the zygote. 1-cell stage, 2-celled, 4-celled, and 16 to 18-cell stage. This entire process is called as cleavage. Cleavage of the zygote. Means cleaving it. Cleave means to completely cut it. Chop. That is called as cleavage. Okay, chop. If some of you watch anime, there is a king of curse called as Sukuna. He has an ability called as cleave. King of curses called as Sukuna from the demon slayer. Not demon slayer, what is that? Jujutsu Kaisen. He has an ability called as cleave. Cleave means to cut. Okay, so cut is happening. Okay, now understand. Isthmus called as cleavage towards the uterus and forms 2-celled, 8-celled, 16-celled daughter cells called as blastomeres. Students, remember, blastomeres are basically the cells here. Is the cells. It is called as the cells here. Okay, blastomeres. The embryo, very important line. There is an embryo. The embryo with 8 to 16 cells. Embryo with 8 to 16 cells, which is right here, it is called as morula. Morula is 8 to 16 celled blastomeres. If there are 8 to 16 blastomeres in one cell, it is called as morula. Okay. It's here. See, fertilization is happening here. Zygote formation, morula. It will keep on dividing and end up becoming morula will get converted to blastocyst. Morula will get converted to blastocyst. Now understand, students. This is blastomere inside. Can you see here? Egg, zygote, 2-cell stage, 4-cell stage, morula. Morula is what? 8 to 16 celled. And morula will get converted to blastocyst. Now, students, your blastocyst has two main things. Understand very well now. Inside the morula, we had what do you see? Fish eggs. No, they are not fish eggs. First of all, okay. This inside the morula, we have blastomeres. Now, all of these blastomeres, okay, all of these blastomeres will arrange themselves now. In this blastomere, in this morula, all the blastomeres will arrange themselves in two different sections. See here. It will arrange in such a section that some cells will be on the periphery. Can you see? Some cells on the periphery, they are called as trophoblast. The outer part is called as trophoblast. And in the inside, some of the blastomeres, the cells, will make something called as the inner cell mass. Did all of you understand? Diagram. We have diagram today. Can you see here? Some of the blastomeres on the corner are called as trophoblast. Some of the blastomeres on the inside will be on one corner. They'll come to one corner. They are called as inner cell mass. Inner cell mass. Now the interesting thing is very important. This inner cell mass will get converted to embryo. Will get converted to embryo later on. Embryo. This trophoblast plus other things I'll tell you will get converted to placenta. Will get converted to placenta eventually. Convert to placenta. Clear? Clear? Inner cell mass, embryo, our trophoblast will get converted to placenta eventually. Okay. Now you understand, students, all of you. What is happening here? What is happening here? The blastomeres, the trophoblast inner cell mass. The trophoblast layer then gets attached to the endometrium. Trophoblast is getting attached to the endometrium layer. Can you see here? Trophoblast cells is getting attached to the endometrium. This is the endometrium layer. Endometrium layer. As soon as it gets attached to the endometrium layer, it will diffuse. It will diffuse and uterine tissue will completely cover the egg. See here. The trophoblast layer then gets attached to the endometrium layer and inner cell mass gets differentiated as the embryo. See, inner cell mass becomes what? Inner cell mass gets converted to the embryo. After attachment, the uterine cells divide rapidly. Uterine cells are dividing rapidly and covers the blastocyst. Okay, this was a blastocyst. This is blastocyst. Okay, as a result, blastocyst becomes completely embedded in the endometrium of the uterus. This is called as implantation. Eventually, what happens is this entire blastocyst will get completely embedded in the endometrium. Clear? Till any doubt? Any doubt in the implantation? Boom. Done. Implantation done. Implantation is basically what? Blastocyst is getting completely embedded in the uterine tissue. That is endometrium layer. Okay. Now, pregnancy and embryonic development. Very simple. After implantation, finger-like projections appear on the trophoblast called as chorionic villi. So, chorionic villi are arising where? Chorionic villi are arising on the trophoblast. For example, if this was the outer layer, this was the trophoblast cells. On top of trophoblast cells, there is a finger-like structure called as what? Chorionic villi is arising. Chorionic villi is arising, which are surrounded by uterine tissue and maternal blood. So, students understand, chorionic villi plus the uterine tissue plus maternal blood, all three will become interdigitated. It means they'll completely join. Okay, they're completely joined together, interdigitated, and all three together will make up the placenta. See here. The chorionic villi and uterine tissue become interdigitated with each other and jointly form a structure and functional unit between the developing embryo and the maternal body called as placenta. Clear, all of you? Clear? That is the formation of placenta. Chorionic villi, uterine tissue and maternal blood, as well as the maternal blood. Now this is the baby, cute baby sleeping here. Can you see here? If this is the baby developing fetus, this is the uterus, umbilical cord. Do you see the placenta here, all of you? This is the placenta right here. After the childbirth, through the cervical canal plus vagina, birth canal, baby is coming out and the placenta will also be removing out. Placenta also will be coming out. Okay? Placenta also will be coming out. Beautiful. Now students, the function of placenta. This entire paragraph is telling you functions of placenta. Very important lines of NCERT now. Functions of placenta, very important. Ready? Fetus. Ready, all of you? Now, function of placenta is very simple. The baby needs food. The growing fetus or the embryo needs food. Food is entering from the mother to the fetus or the embryo through a passage called as placenta. The baby needs oxygen coming through the placenta. Baby will release CO2, will be removed with the help of placenta. Baby will release waste, also will be released by the placenta. So placenta becomes a mediation between the growing embryo or the fetus and the maternal body or the mother. Between placenta is there. Okay, it's given here. See here, the placenta all facilitates the supply of oxygen, nutrients, the food, nutrients to the embryo, and also removal of carbon dioxide and excretory waste provided by the embryo. Now students, the placenta is connected to the embryo through the umbilical cord, that is the bridge, which helps in transport of the substances to and from the embryo. Now students, your placenta also acts as an endocrine tissue. If it is an endocrine tissue, will it produce hormones? True or false? Everyone? It is an endocrine tissue, it will produce a lot of hormones. That is what is happening here. Can you hear? The placenta also acts as an endocrine tissue and produces several hormones like human chorionic gonadotropin (HCG), human placental lactogen (HPL), not IPL, HPL, okay, estrogen, progesterone, etc. In the later phase of pregnancy, hormone like relaxin to relax is also secreted by the ovary. Okay, so remember, all the following hormones are produced. But in examination, what will they ask you? In examination, they will ask you which hormone is produced only during pregnancy. And where is the answer for that? Answer is right here. Let us remember HCG, HPL and relaxin. Only three of them. HCG, human chorionic gonadotropin, human placental lactogen, and relaxin are produced in the woman only during pregnancy. Very important lines of NCERT. Only during pregnancy. In addition, during pregnancy, levels of other hormones like estrogen, progesterone, cortisol, prolactin, thyroxine, etc. are increased several folds. All the hormones are increasing. That is why they say a pregnant woman has a lot of mood swings, morning sickness. All that is because of hormones. Okay. Now, in maternal blood, one thing, friends, one line we missed here. Relaxin is also secreted by the ovary. Okay. So remember, relaxin is produced by ovary as well as the placenta. Okay. Now, in addition, during pregnancy, increased production of these hormones, it is very important. Why? It is essential for the supporting the fetal growth, metabolic changes in the mother, and the maintenance of pregnancy. So if the pregnancy needs to be maintained, HCG, HPL, pregnancy maintenance, or all the changes, all that is possible only because of the hormonal changes. If there is no hormonal change, all the pregnancy would not be possible at all. It will not be possible. Okay. Now see here. Immediately after implantation, the inner mass embryo differentiates. Now embryo is changing. Embryo is differentiating. Okay. Into outer wall called as ectoderm, inner layer called as endoderm, and middle part called as mesoderm. They are dividing separately. Ectoderm, mesoderm, endoderm. Embryo is dividing into three different parts. You will study about this in the structural organization in the animals. That chapter you will learn. Okay. Right. It needs to be mentioned that here that inner cell mass contains certain cells called as stem cells, very important, which have a potency to give rise to all tissue. See here, a stem cell can produce any organs, any type of cells. That is why students nowadays what is happening is during pregnancy, stem cells are collected and kept. Now during pregnancy, not like scam and all. knowingly only, knowingly, not scam. Knowingly it is collected and kept. Okay. Now see here, this is your entire structure. Blastula, gastrula, I know you will study. Ectoderm, mesoderm, and endoderm. Each of them will produce different structures. For example, endoderm, digestive system, liver, pancreas, lungs. Mesoderm, circulatory system, lungs, skeletal muscles, muscular system. Ectoderm, hair, nails, skin, nervous system. You will need to learn. This is the fate of 3 germ layers. They will produce different types of organs and organ systems in the case of your humans. Okay. Now students, a lot of PYQ here also. A lot of PYQ here. Okay, a lot of PYQ here. Baby is coming up now only. Okay. A lot of PYQ in this one table. Understand students. This particular one paragraph will tell you the actual development of baby. See, first month what is happening? Dug, 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 heart. Second month what is happening? Third month, first trimester, end of second trimester. When is the first kick? When is the first kick? Everything is given here. See here. Human pregnancy lasts for 9 months. 9 crazy months. Okay. Now, the first sign of growing fetus may be noticed by the listening to the heartbeat clearly through the stethoscope. Okay. Where 1 month. Can you see? 1 month, heart is formed. Heart is formed after 1 month. 1 month, heart. Okay, dug dug. Next. By the end of second month, fetus develops limbs and digits. Limbs and digits. Okay, let me change the color for each one of them. First month, heart is formed. Okay, heart is formed. Second month, what happens? End of second month, what is happening? End of second month, fetus develops limbs and digits. Nicely, limbs and digits is there. Okay, limbs and digits is there. Okay, then by the end of 12 weeks, by the end of first trimester, most of the major organ systems are formed. That is limbs and external genitalia. Limbs and external genitalia. Okay, done. Next. First movement, students. First movement of the fetus appeared on the hair on the head and usually observed during the 5th month. Hair on the head, as well as the movement, kick is happening in the first move. Is happening in the 5th movement. The 5th month. Okay. By the about 24 weeks, end of second trimester, the body is covered by fine hair. Fine hair is there. Okay, fine hair. Eyelid separation, eyelashes are formed. Everything is happening at the end of second trimester. Okay, second trimester. Okay. By the end of 9 months of the pregnancy, the fetus is fully developed and ready for the delivery. Like, take it and go home. Aram se. Friends, every single point, every single month is very important. See here. First month. This is how the baby will look. Fetus will look like. A random thing. See, can't even tell if it is rat embryo, or is it pig embryo, or is it some insect embryo. You can't even tell. Right? You can't even tell. Is it dolphin or what? You can't tell. Right? Under the sonogram, it looks like this. Then can you see here? Second month. Right? Second month. It is little visible like a fetus. End of first trimester, major organs are formed. At the first trimester. And can you see a baby face? Small baby face is visible, body is visible, umbilical cord is visible, and this is fetus. Can you see this is the entire fetus development? First movement, 5th month. Kicking. Can you see it's kicking here? Nicely kicking, it is kicking here. That is the 5th month. And hair on the head. And finally, baby is able to, all the eyelid separation, everything is happening now. See, baby is ready now. At the end of second trimester, baby is ready to come out. Until now, if you have understood, Smash the like button, all of you. Comment down today's video how it was. Okay. And we come towards the end of the chapter now. Nice, no? It was nice. Now, last topic, students, last topic. 10 minutes, I'll be done. And you can go sleep off. And last topic, very simple. It is very simple again, very easy to learn. Parturition and lactation. Okay, what is parturition? The average duration human pregnancy is about 9 months, all of you know. That is called as gestation period also. Gestation period. Also called as what? Gestation period. Okay. What is parturition? Parturition means childbirth. Parturition means childbirth. Now, how is the childbirth happening? How is childbirth happening? Does it happen randomly? On radio signals coming from the space? No. From where is the signal coming from? So childbirth. The child only is telling. The placenta and the child is telling, mother, I am ready. I want to come to the new world. The baby itself is telling, friends, baby itself is telling. Right? Baby is telling, I want to come out now. Enough is enough. Okay. So, parturition is induced by a complex neuroendocrine mechanism, and signal for the parturition originates from the fully developed fetus and the placenta. That is the signal coming from. Signal is coming from fetus and the placenta, and that is called as fetal ejection reflex. Okay, that is fetus which induces mild uterine contraction. Mild uterine contraction is happening. That is called fetal ejection reflex. Now, students, understand this. Simple. Understand. It is cycle. Understand the simple cycle here. Because of the fetal ejection reflex, what is happening? There is a mild contraction of the uterus. Uterus is opening up for the baby to come out. The mild contraction will induce the oxytocin. Understand? The mild contraction, students, the stretch receptors activate in the uterus. The signal is sent to the brain. The brain, what is brain doing? Brain is signals for release of oxytocin. So, mild contraction, oxytocin is produced. Now, as soon as oxytocin is produced, it will cause more contraction. Again, more contraction, more oxytocin, more oxytocin, more contraction, more contraction, more oxytocin, more oxytocin, more contraction. In that entire process, contraction, oxytocin, the contraction will reach to a certain level where the baby's head can slide out. Now, what if there is baby's head is not able to slide out? Then there is cesarean mechanism where they cut and remove the baby out. Cesarean mechanism. Okay, that is called as neuroendocrine mechanism. It happens. It's given here also. See here. This triggers release of oxytocin from the medullary. Oxytocin acts on the uterine muscles and causes stronger uterine contraction, which in form stimulates further secretion of oxytocin. More oxytocin. Take it. The further reflex between the uterine, the simultaneous reflex between the uterine contraction and oxytocin secretion continues, resulting in the stronger and stronger contraction. Will result in the stronger and stronger contraction. Stronger contraction. Now, students, which is contracting here? Which layer is contracting here? Endometrium, myometrium, or perimetrium? Tell me the answer in the chat. Which is undergoing contraction? Endometrium, perimetrium, or myometrium? This leads to the expulsion of the baby out of the uterus through the birth canal, vagina plus cervical canal. Parturition. Soon after the infant is delivered, placenta is also expelled out of the uterus. Very important line. Placenta is also expelled out of the uterus. You see here, the baby is coming out. Oxytocin. Finally, placenta also moves out. This is the placenta. Can you see here? Placenta is also here. Placenta is also removed out. Answer is myometrium. Myometrium is the answer. Okay. Baby is finally out here. Now, students, what if the baby is not coming out? Does doctor inject something? Yes. Doctor usually injects the oxytocin. If the mother is not able to produce oxytocin, enough of oxytocin, the doctor will inject more oxytocin and also relaxin also at the same time. Now see here, students, the mammary glands of the female undergo differentiation during the pregnancy and start producing the milk towards the end of pregnancy. A process called as lactation. So production of milk is called as lactation. Okay. This helps the mother to feed the newborn baby. The milk produced by the newborn initially few days of lactation is called as scrotum. It's called as colostrum. It's called as colostrum. Tongue is twisting now already. It is called as colostrum. Okay. And benefits are there. It is doctors advising the mother to give the colostrum because it is rich in antibiotics. It will protect the baby. I have an image, I'll show you. See here. See here. Now, there are two things here which should be important. Within 24 hours, the milk is produced. Okay. Here, prolactin stimulates milk production. Very important line, students. Understand. Prolactin stimulates milk production. Oxytocin stimulates milk release. Two important things, please understand. Prolactin stimulates the milk production, while oxytocin stimulates the milk release. Okay. Crazy, no? Milk laid down by oxytocin. Prolactin is milk production. Milk production is given here also. And why it's better? Why is colostrum better? Colostrum is better because boost immunity. First one, it boosts immunity, balanced nutrition for the baby, better brain development, muscle and bone development. Muscle and bone development is also happening all at one go. And baby is happy. Baby is extremely happy. The baby is able to survive very well. Okay. It's able to survive very well. Nicely. Okay. I think that is the end of today's session, students. That is the end of today's class. Oh, I have questions. Surprise, surprise. One question. Go. All of you, start. What happens during fertilization in humans after many sperms reach close to the ovum? Many sperm is reaching the ovum, what happens? AI 2011 question. Only 2 sperm nearest the ovum penetrates? No. Secretion of acrosome help one sperm to enter cytoplasm of the ovum through zona pellucida? Yes. Easy question. Okay, easy question. Now identify this, students. Identify this. Identify the human developmental stage shown below as related to the right place of occurrence in normal pregnant woman and select the right option together. This right here, which has your, can you see here? This is inner cell mass. Inner cell mass. This is a trophoblast. Trophoblast. It is present in the blastocyst. Attachment is uterine wall. Attachment is uterine wall. Which of the following hormone are secreted in women only during pregnancy? Only during pregnancy. What is the answer? Only during pregnancy, students. Only during pregnancy. Only during pregnancy. Oh, it's gone. Batman. Okay. Relaxin, oxytocin, HCG, HPL, and progesterone. Very easy, students. Very easy. ACD. Relaxin, oxytocin, and relaxin, HCG, and HPL. Next question. Pregnancy is characterized by metabolic changes in the mother. Yes, it is happening. During pregnancy, levels of thyroxine increase in mother blood. Yes, it is also increasing. That's why the changes are happening. No, because there is increase. Because there is complete increase in your hormones. That is why the changes are happening. So it is completely explaining. Tell your marks in the chat. All of you marks in the chat. So obviously it is explaining it. Ovary. What does ovary produce? Estrogen and progesterone. Okay. What does placenta produce? HCG. Corpus luteum, progesterone only. Leydig cells, androgen. So A is going to be 2. Is option number 4. Option number 4. Right, option number 4. Punita, not Yashu, not 1. How can it be 1? Corpus luteum will produce progesterone only. Remember that. In human beings, at the end of 12 weeks, first trimester of pregnancy, the following is observed. In first trimester, the baby, remember what happens? The kick, as well as what happens before kick. First trimester, we have most of the major organs are found. This is your homework question. Homework question right here. Students, I feel some of you are not writing homework question. So, homework question in comments. Which of the following is not a function of placenta? In the comments. So, I think that is the end of today's class. Beautiful class, no? I don't even know when did we start, students. We started at 6:30. 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30. Oh, 4 hours, huh? Surprise. Okay. So that is the end of today's class, students. Thank you so much for today's class. Thank you so much. And in the comment section, when you're writing your answer, I want to see your marks also in the comment section. Everyone has to do it. I will check. Okay, I will check. Tanuja, Soni, Yashu, Ravindrani, Jansi, I will check everyone's. I will check. Okay, Philo, Jasmine, I will check everyone's today. Full strict correction. See, correction is happening now. Okay. So, with that being said, thank you so much, students. And also let me know in the chat which is the next chapter you want. Like, I have not decided yet. Nothing has been decided. So, let me know in the comment section which is the next chapter which we need to do NCERT line by line, which will make your life easier. Okay. And students, all of you are already aware of MVSAT exam, right? If you're not aware, please be aware of MVSAT exam. It is very close. I think it's happening very soon. 2 days or 3 days are left for MVSAT exam. So, prepare well for MVSAT exam and do well. Okay. So, thank you so much, students. Take care, all of you. Have a great day ahead. Let me know in the comment section how was the beautiful class today. I will look forward for your comments and smash the like button. Notes will be available on Telegram channel. Write the MVSAT exam and we will kill it. Okay. So all the best, students. We have less time. Do well. Okay. Bye bye all of you. Take care. Bye bye all of you.